There will now be a moment for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Honourable members. Order, honourable members, please be seated. I would like to announce that on today's question paper there are questions which have been transferred from written to oral questions in terms of Rule 146. Consequently, an additional 30 minutes will also be added to today's question time for this purpose, as provided for in terms of Rule 137(5)(b). Questions to the Ministers in Peace and Security Cluster, that will be the only item for today. And parties have given an indication on which questions their members wish to propose a supplementary question. Adequate notice was given to parties for this purpose. The members who will pose supplementary questions will be recognised by the presiding officer. In allocating opportunities for supplementary questions, the principle of fairness, among others, has been applied. When all the supplementary questions have been answered by the Executive, we will proceed to the next question on the question paper. The first question has been asked by the Honourable Nolotungu to the Minister of Correctional Services. The question is on what concrete steps have been taken to improve inmate classification and/or separation within correctional centres, and whether his department has undertaken any comparative studies and/or considered alternative international correctional models such as those utilised in the United Kingdom to effectively address overcrowding and inmate rehabilitation. If not, why not? If so, what are the relevant details? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I have quite a comprehensive answer prepared, and I will, of course, submit it. So I'm not going to read everything, but I'll summarise. Firstly, the classification of inmates is an internationally recognised practice which is utilised for ensuring the improvement of institutional security by placing the offender in an appropriate security classification level for determination of housing needs, programming needs, and work allocation. The process involves the utilisation of an objective structural tool which employs the scoring system to determine outcome and to ensure fairness and consistency. There is a separation of offenders, and all inmates are detained in terms of basic guidelines and procedures in respect of accommodation, and the following principles apply. Male offenders are housed separate from female offenders. Offenders who are children are kept separate from adult offenders and in accommodation appropriate to their age. Furthermore, offenders between the ages of 18 and 21 years are incarcerated separately from offenders who are above the age of 21. I also want to mention that offenders of a particular security classification are detained separately from offenders with a different security classification. Offenders suffering from mental or chronic illness or whose health status will be affected detrimentally or whose health status poses a threat to other offenders if detained in a communal cell are accommodated separately on the request of the medical officer or registered nurse. Sentenced offenders are, as far as possible, separated from each other and detained separately according to their privilege groups, which is A, B, and C groups, and their medium and maximum security classifications. Sentenced offenders are also classified according to Section 29 of the Correctional Services Act, which stipulates that security classification is determined by the extent to which the inmate presents a security risk, and so as to determine the correctional center. Therefore, we have a maximum, medium of our facilities, and of course also C-max, which is actually part of the maximum. These assessments of risk informs the security classification of inmates. The following risk factors are considered during admission: the crime category, the length of the service, of the sentence, the number of previous convictions, the number of current offences and counts, time lapse between current and previous convictions, history of recent violent crimes for the last 5 years, the escape history, age of admission, motive for current crime, how was crime committed, and the number of victims. I thank you.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Nolochungu.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I will take the question on behalf of the Nolochungu. The issues of overcrowding, Minister, of course undermines the classification that you dealt with today. And we must continue to remain concerned that it is a pervasive challenge for the Department of Correctional Services to implement this classification model. A significant proportion of incarcerated individuals are serving sentences for minor economic crimes, often driven by the broader difficulties that face South Africa, such as the persistent gap between the rich and the poor. And this contributes substantially to our prison problems and the problems for facilities that we have. If no substantive research or comparative studies had been done on electronic monitoring and similar non-custodial alternatives have been considered, why has this not been done? Given the current levels of overcrowding and the nature of many petty offences, will you as Minister prioritize such research and the development of alternative sentencing frameworks as a key contribution to alleviating prison overcrowding, while recognizing that certain minor economically related crimes may be more effectively and actually more humanely addressed through non-incarceration measures? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, firstly, we must have the correct perspective when we talk about the overcrowding in our prisons. At the moment, and I can give the latest statistics in terms of inmates, and that as on the 19th of May, we have in our facilities 107,067 beds. But then we have remand detainees and we have sentenced offenders. Now, the sentenced offenders, the latest till the 19th of May, is 106,280. So there are enough beds for sentenced inmates or offenders. But then our problem starts with remand detainees, people awaiting trial. The figure for the 19th of May was 62,002. In a total, we have 168,795 inmates. That gives us an overcrowding of 58%. Now, if we look at the classification, that is applicable specifically when it comes to sentenced offenders. We have enough beds for them. So, from my perspective, if we deal with the classification in terms of sentenced offenders, it is appropriate, and yes, we can deal with that. Our problem with the remand detainees, and the Honourable Member have referred to that, what alternative measures consist when it comes to the remand detainees. Now, it is a problem with our whole criminal justice system, and can I mention that we do, in terms of legislation, for instance, we have a bail review in terms of Section 63A.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The time has expired.
Right, thank you.
We move on to the second supplementary question, which will be asked by the Honourable Sokopo.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, I'm just trying to establish whether are there measures within the JCPS cluster to address overcrowding in the correctional centres through reduction in length of pre-trial detention, address court bedlocks, and maximizing alternative sentencing and community corrections. I would make an example in a study tour that we just had in the UK, where inmates that are sentenced for less than 12 months, which seems to be petty crimes, would then have tags that will monitor their movement. In that way, it works effectively as a reduction to overcrowding. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I agree with the Honourable Member that that is a way to reduce the overcrowding, specifically referring to the remand detainees. And I personally is in favour of community service. But that lies with the courts of South Africa, not with the correctional services. We have to accommodate all the people that are arrested and sent to correctional services. There are also other ways. For instance, I was referring to Section 63A and 63(1) of the Criminal Procedures Act, where we can ask for a bail review. We do that. And for that, for instance, the previous financial year, we referred 8,849 of these cases, but we were only successful for 1,278. That means a success rate of 14.44%. There are other ways. For instance, we have remand detainees, about 3,300, who couldn't afford a bail of less than R1,000. But it is costing the taxpayer 463 Rand per day to keep them there. People who couldn't afford a bail of 100 Rand. Now, the previous inspecting judge, Judge Cameron, started a bail fund, and it is started to become operational, where, for instance, a private fund has been established to pay these bail to get the people out. So there are ways of doing that, but I'm strongly in support of community services that should be part of the sentence in our courts. Thank you.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Engelbrecht.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, the system in the United Kingdom relies heavily on probation. They have 89,000 incarcerated people versus 246,000 on probation. And sentencing of non-violent crimes are non-custodial for the most part. Would you consider or be in favour of adopting a similar system for correctional services here, obviously with the cooperation of all departments in the security cluster? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Member, I can directly say, of course I'm in favour of that. We will welcome that. But again, it is part of the criminal justice system where we have, and there is, can I say, communication from our side with the Justice Department in the JCPS cluster as such, to see where we can, as far as sentencing is concerned, alternatives. And probation is one, and I think we are also in the process with electronic bracelets that will actually make such sentences. And if you can add that to those probationers, that you can still ensure that they can move along safely protecting the community. So I am positive and strongly in favor of that.
Honourable members, before we proceed, could I just request, honourable members who are now busy conversing with each other, the air conditioners are quite loud and I'm struggling to hear the questions and the minister. So you may converse, but please keep the volume down. I'm hearing all the conversations up here. We proceed to the last supplementary question. The fourth supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable James.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I will take the question on behalf of Honourable James. Minister, there's a lot of focus on illegal immigration at the moment, particularly as it pertains to its burden that it places on the healthcare system, the schooling system, and the housing system. My question is, however, that in your particular space, that has also come under sharp focus with regards to the population in our prisons. So my question is, has the minister made any progress in signing of bilateral agreements for the deportation of the 26,000 foreign criminals in our prisons, which represents 1 out of every 6 inmates in South Africa's prisons? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Yes, I can say to the Honourable Member, just last week, that we concluded a memorandum of agreement with the government of Botswana, which provides for interstate transfer of prisoners, but, and I say but, South African legislation at this moment is prohibiting, this transfer, because we need an amendment in terms of the security cluster when it comes to Criminal Procedure Act, when it comes to the Correctional Services Act, because at the moment it states that the moment the person is arrested or sentenced, he or she must be kept in our prisons. Now, we are in the process amending that. And can I say, what I also welcome in the Bi-National Commission we had last week, we are setting a deadline, but not later than May next year, to ensure that we have our house in order. I would also like to extend it to the other countries, for instance, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Namibia, and even other countries, but those are the major countries. But it is a negotiating process, and I do believe we can succeed, and then we can send, as you mentioned, 26,500, they differ from time to time, that they can be sent back to their country of origin. Thank you.
Honourable Niaus, you have the last supplementary question.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Minister, one of the worst experiences that I had during the last few years that we did oversight was to go to Pollsmoor Prison and find juvenile awaiting trial prisoners held with hardened criminals. That is a problem which turns our prisons into universities of crime. Can you do something more about managing to keep juveniles away from hardened criminals, especially those that are awaiting trial? And can we implement as fast as possible this excellent initiative that had been undertaken by JICS for the bail fund? Because certainly there are many juveniles who commit petty crimes and who can be placed out without bail or with assistance of the bail through the bail fund, and finally also can be assisted by giving them electronic monitoring. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The question is, can we do more? I would always say that, of course, we can do more. We can't get to a situation where we say we can't do anything more. We must always try to enhance the situation where we can accommodate these specific situations. As I've mentioned, of course you have categories. Children are kept separate. Can I say offenders between the age of 18 and 21 is a category, and then above 21. But I agree with the honourable member that you get situations, it was, for instance, a petty crime for shoplifting or whatever the case may be, cannot afford a bail of 300 rand, get in this situation, an overcrowding cell, and then the possibility is there that he or she can then become a hardened criminal. It's true. Therefore, we welcome the bail fund. But take note that the bail fund is a private initiative. You cannot use government, or can I say taxpayers' money, to pay bail of people. So it is a private initiative, and we fully support, wherever we can, that specific private initiative. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. We now go to question number 443, which has been asked by the Honourable Tebekulu to the Acting Minister of Police. The question is, given the discovery of a suspected 100 million rand drug manufacturing laboratory in the Northwest, together with increasing evidence presented before parliamentary committees of organised criminal networks operating across provinces, what assessment has the South African Police Service made of the extent to which the Republic is evolving from merely being a transit route for narcotics into a fully fledged production hub for organised transnational drug syndicates? The answer will be taken by the Honourable Deputy Minister Matale. The Acting Minister is attending to a family health emergency. Honourable Matale.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The assessment of the South African Police Service is that South Africa is increasingly being exploited not only as a transit corridor for international narcotics trafficking, but also as an emerging production, storage, and distribution hub for organized transnational drug syndicates. This evolution is driven by several factors, including the country's strategic geographic position, sophisticated transport and logistic infrastructure, porous borders, the involvement of transnational organized crime networks, and the existence of local criminal enterprises capable of facilitating manufacturing and distribution activities. The proliferation of clandestine laboratories, precursor chemical networks, and sophisticated trafficking methods suggest a growing level of coordination between domestic and international criminal syndicates. Intelligence further points to the convergence between narcotics trafficking, illicit financial flows, corruption, illegal mining, firearms trafficking, and other forms of serious organized crime, thereby posing a significant threat to national security, economic stability, and community safety. The SAPS, through intelligence-driven operations and multidisciplinary law enforcement interventions, continues to assess the evolving nature of organized crime and narcotics-related activities within the Republic. SAPS has intensified intelligence-led policing operations, interagency cooperation, financial investigations, border security interventions, and partnerships with regional and national law enforcement agencies. As an example, we have held trilateral engagement with Tanzania, Mozambique, discussing specifically this aspect. Priority is also being placed on dismantling the financial infrastructure of organized criminal networks, strengthening forensic and analytical capabilities, enhancing the monitoring of precursor chemicals and improving information sharing mechanisms across all spheres of government and law enforcement. The SAPS remains committed to disrupting and dismantling organized drug syndicates through a coordinated whole-of-government and multi-sectoral approach aimed at preventing South Africa from becoming entrenched as a global narcotics production and distribution center. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Tebekulu.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Minister, has the South African Police Service identified any links between the rise of drug manufacturing facilities and weaknesses in border security, interdepartmental intelligence, and precursor chemical regulations? And if so, what urgent interventions are being taken to stop the Republic from becoming a regional drug production hub? Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thanks, Honorable, for the follow-up question. Yes, indeed, we have observed that, and we are, as SAPS, working together with other agencies and regional bodies, coordinating our joint approach on the fight against narcotics and also strengthening our capability within crime intelligence, which had experienced challenges in the past. And it is through this strengthening of our intelligence capability that we are able to disrupt these activities, including the matter we are discussing today, where we discovered drugs worth 100 million because of our capability and the work that intelligence is doing. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Buthelezi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Acting Minister, I would like to pose this question to you. In light of the increasing presence of sophisticated transnational drugs syndicates operating within South Africa, what specific measures is the SAPS implementing to strengthen cross-border intelligence sharing, chemical precursor monitoring, and inter-agency coordination to prevent the further establishment of large-scale narcotics manufacturing operations in the Republic of South Africa? Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Buthelezi. Our success against transnational organized crime around narcotics will only be so when we collaborate with other agencies, including Interpol, and particularly strengthening our own capabilities inside the country, working together with other agencies that not only look at the issues of narcotics, but also financial flows. Because criminals, they are able to do this because of their ability to move their finances around. And when we intervene in that space, we will be able to disable their activities. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Beasley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Minister, what guarantees can you give South Africans that the drugs confiscated in this and recent drug busts will not find their way back into the street and destroy the lives of the youth and their families? And the reason why I ask is that SAPS has failed dismally in this regard in the past. I thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thanks for the follow-up question. Yes, indeed, we have had problems around this space, but our ability to interface and strengthen our intelligence work have enabled us to be able to intervene and intercept in this space. We will continue to ensure that we strengthen our policing capabilities, utilizing technology at our disposal, and we believe with that we'll be able to curb these weaknesses that has been there within the police, which we have also identified. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
fourth supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Modise Mpia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Minister, would you kindly expand on whether the SAPS has conducted an assessment or an investigation in other provinces regarding the transport corridors, ports of entry, or economic sectors that are increasingly being exploited by transnational syndicates for drug production, and whether the crime intelligence will be involved to detect and disrupt these networks before laboratories become operational? Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Honourable, for the question. Yes, indeed, I can confirm that we have the capacity and the ability at SAPS to ensure that we interrupt activities of this nature should they arise in other provinces. The discovery that has happened in Northwest was not an accident. It was because of the work that we are doing, because of the strengthening of the intelligence work within SAPS that has enabled us to discover this, not only in Northwest, in Limpopo, in Groblersdal, we did make a great discovery of a narcotics facility. So we believe that the continued strengthening of our intelligence capability will make policing possible, and incidents of this nature will be able to detect them and disrupt them. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Machi.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, in the light of the evidence that organized drug syndicates exploit vulnerable communities through recruitment, corruption, and intimidation, what measures are being taken to identify the protection of communities, municipal officials, and law enforcement officers who may be at heightened risk of capture or coercion by transaction criminal networks operating within the Republic? Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Indeed, the problem of crime in most instances affect vulnerable communities. That's why when you look at crime patterns in the country, the most affected are vulnerable communities. Affluent suburbs are rarely affected by crime. That is why we developed the integrated violent crime prevention strategy, which is a whole of government approach to the fight of crime. If we develop our economy, we create opportunities for people to get employment, we create recreation facilities for our young people, we will definitely move them away from the streets, and therefore the issue of vulnerability will cease to exist, and we'll have stronger communities that cannot be exploited by criminal networks. In that way, we will be able to protect our communities against these criminal cartels. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
The next question is question number 496 and has been asked by the Honourable Munyai to the Minister of Defence and Military Veterans. The question is, what measures have been implemented by her department to strengthen the physical security of military installations and military equipment? And how will the reprioritization of discretionary expenditure items such as overseas travel, Armed Forces Day celebrations, and consultancy costs support the enhancement of core operational capabilities and force readiness in the 2026-27 financial year? I've been informed that the Deputy Minister will be answering the questions on behalf of the Minister. The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Honourable Deputy Speaker and honourable members, the Department of Defence prioritizes the physical security of military installations, many of which are classified as national key points, and critical infrastructure in order to safeguard national security and prevent catastrophic breaches. These measures are aimed at preventing the theft of highly sensitive material, intelligence, military equipment, weapons, and ammunition, while also protecting surrounding communities and personnel from operational hazards. The critical function is ensured through the implementation of standing-based security measures as prescribed within departmental policies and security frameworks. Honorable members, while these measures continue to be implemented, certain aspects such as the upgrading of perimeter fencing and adequate lighting infrastructure remain constrained by prevailing financial limitations. Honorable Deputy Speaker, with regard to the reprioritization of discretionary expenditure items, the department took a strategic decision during the previous financial year to redirect allocated funds towards critical operational requirements in order to strengthen core operational capabilities and improve force readiness. The prioritization process included reductions and adjustments in certain discretionary spending areas in favor of operational imperatives essential to the effectiveness of the South African National Defence Force. As part of this process, the Border Safeguarding Optimization Program received funding from the funding amounting for 498 million rands. As far as the funding of operational capabilities, yes, arising from the continuous engagement between the Department of Defense and Department of Finance through National Treasury, the department was able to secure earmarked funding allocations for critical defense capabilities. These allocations include 557 million earmarked for border safeguarding technology and vehicles, 427 million earmarked for Air Force to maintain fighter capability, 607 million rands earmarked for Navy to repair and maintain naval platforms, and lastly, 80 million earmarked to provide uniforms for military personnel. Thank you.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Munyai.
Honourable Chair, I will take it on behalf of Honourable Nyai. Deputy Minister, with all what that you said now, what measurable and notable improvement in the physical security of military bases and equipment has the department achieved over the past 12 months? For example, progress in reducing the security systems, strengthening perimeter controls, enhancing surveillance, and also coverage of the borderline, and the audit of compliance improving as the department.
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Department of Defense has allocated funds to address these critical areas, as I've said earlier on. The difference when you buy equipment for the defense is not like you are buying a grocery at Woolworths. You place orders and they take time. But the National Treasury and the Department of Defense is seized with this situation, especially where you see that some of the military bases, there's absolutely no fence. Things have fallen down. So we are addressing that. Thank you.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Hutton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Minister, given the repeated thefts, break-ins, and security breaches at military bases all over the country, from Simonstown to Limpopo, including incidents involving the theft of weapons, ammunition, and critical infrastructure, even a cable dug out from a meter deep within the security area of Holmanstal, what measurable reduction targets have been set for security breaches for this financial year, 26-27, and when will Parliament receive a progress report? Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
The progress report, Honourable Member, will be provided as soon as possible. What we need to do now, in light of what you have asked, is to ask the commander of the SANDF to present a detailed plan so that we can avoid these shenanigans which are taking place. Question number one would be, in their own minds, who is actually doing this exercise? Is it internal? Is it external? Is it part of sabotage the capacity of the defense? So those details I cannot give you right now because I don't have those answers right away. What I know is that the Department of Defense has asked the commander of the SANDF to talk to his colleagues, the person in charge of Navy, Air Force, Army, as well as SAMS, to tighten up the security of their military bases.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Garner.
Nakens Amtramistul, in the full sitting of the National Assembly, let's once again congratulate the 3 times treble champions of South Africa, Orlando Pirates. So, Deputy Minister, there's this depot in Centurion, the main ordnance depot. It is on an ongoing basis, it faces break-ins and arms and ammunition are being stolen from this base. So I want to check from you the recent quote-unquote break-ins. Have you been briefed in terms of what happened there and what measures are being done to install? Is it so difficult to install a proper fence around that facility? And have you interviewed, or has the department interviewed the people in charge of that facilities to understand what really happened on that particular day? Councillor Ntramashtul, up the backs.
The Deputy Minister.
Order, Skose Pauline Abawetin. On a serious note, last year we visited this base with the minister and we identified the areas, the perimeters of that air base, and we found that the fence has broken down. And an instruction was given by the minister to the chief of logistics to make a plan by making sure that we get more money to fence the base off and protect the ammunition which is there. As far as the latest breaks-in, I have not been briefed other than to be told that the inquiry is underway. So I'm waiting for that inquiry, results of the Board of Inquiry.
The fourth supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Tebekulu. Honourable Markey.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, has the department assessed the risk that poorly secured military infrastructure and string equipment could become targets for organized criminal syndicates or arms trafficking networks? And if so, what preventative measures are being implemented? Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
We have asked the Chief of Logistics as well as the Chief of the SANDF, together with the Secretary for Defense, to submit a plan, in particular to cost that plan, so that we can approach the Department of Finance with a view to get money to protect these bases. The situation is dire in that area. I don't know what happened in the past. Why were these institutions or bases were left unguarded and protected? So it's underway. Department of Finance and Department of Defense are assist with the situation. Thank you.
Is there a last supplementary question?
Yes. Minister, with all that you've said and the measures that you are putting into the security systems, are your department willing to reconsider the private security at our key points?
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Well, that one is very difficult, but even our head office at Armsco building, we were guarded there by private security. That was an issue which I raised at the beginning when I arrived at that base. But now that you are raising it in this platform, mine would be to submit a comprehensive report and the fears about exposing the Department of Defense, wherein we hire private security, yet we have troops. So I think leave it to me, and then I will report back to the portfolio committee as to what I've done, and also give you a copy of the report, which I'll be submitting to the powers that be in the department.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. The next question is question number 433 and has been asked by the Honourable Maimane to the Acting Minister of Police. The question is, what has he found to be the impact of prolonged acting appointments in the South African Police Service, such as those as the Acting National Commissioner and Acting Deputy National Commissioner, on organizational stability and or disciplinary enforcement and procurement oversight within the specific entity? The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The appointment of acting incumbents in the posts of National Commissioner and Deputy National Commissioner has not had a negative impact on organizational stability or disciplinary enforcement and procurement oversight. The acting incumbents in these positions have been carefully selected, and they possess the requisite skills and experience to fulfill the mandate of these positions. Furthermore, the acting incumbents are supported by a strong and experienced leadership collective across the organization to ensure the department executes its constitutional mandate. It is worth mentioning that these posts cannot be filled with a permanent post, as the positions are temporary vacant as a result of the current incumbents being on suspension. It was necessary for the leadership of SAPS to appoint acting personnel in this regard, because not appointing it was going to lead to exactly what Honorable Maimane has asked will happen: instability, ill discipline, and affect the agency as a consequence. The SAPS has, however, prioritized the filling of senior management posts where the positions are permanently vacant due to retirements, resignation, etc. Lieutenant General Dimpane, who is our current acting National Commissioner, was appointed with effect from 23rd April 2026. She has extensive experience in policing, financial management, governance, and strategic leadership. A key priority for the acting national commissioner is to address identified weaknesses in procurement systems, implementing reforms that will contribute to the broader restructuring of public procurement and to strengthen controls to ensure procurement processes are safeguarded against manipulation. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Maimane.
Deputy Minister, I think both you and I could agree that SEPs cannot become Hollywood with too many actors. The police morale now sits at 57% confidence as per your own report. So the effect of having acting people is already within the police. So since 1994, Deputy Minister, we've only had one police commissioner complete their term. Jackie Selebi was suspended because there were allegations of corruption. Peggy Cele then succeeded him and was also suspended with concerns of conduct. Ria Pierre, after the commission of Falam, said, we need to investigate her fitness to hold office. Komoto Pata was first to resign because of allegation of fraud and money laundering. Kesas Ton was presided over a breakdown in trust in terms of police. Now, today, Fanny Masemul is now embroiled in another court-related dispute. Deputy Minister, to be fair to the South Africans, at some point you think it's an accident. Now you will suddenly believe it's policy. You have an acting commissioner now who's going to preside over. If the movie continues like this, you will have a police commissioner who only as a matter of time will also be forced to resign because of corruption. DM, let's end the movie. I want to ask you and your department, what recommendations have you done to the president to ensure that we stop this cycle, produce accountability and transparency in appointing the next National Police Commissioner, and how far are you on that process? Thank you very much.
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Maimane, for the follow-up question. Yes, indeed, what you are raising about what transpired after General Fivers within the police is true. It has happened, it's known, it's a fact, and we are here where we are now. But what is also a fact is that the South African police from the pre-1994 have been an institution that was the backbone of the apartheid machinery. And post-1994, a process of transformation did not completely transform this institution to what it is supposed to be. In a democratic dispensation, it must play that similar role of being the backbone of the democratic project. Given the fact that the processes of transformation has not been fully completed, as I speak, Deputy Speaker, we have not concluded the process of integrating the non-statutory forces, a process which was started in 1994. This is a clear reflection that we still have a long way to go, but we are determined to correct the past so that we create a South African police service that serves the needs of our people. The issues of accountability and transparency, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the President has already led in this regard. The current National Commissioner, who of course unfortunately is on suspension, his appointment was done different from the previous appointment, which has heralded a new approach by President Ramaphosa on how issues of this nature will be handled. I'm quite confident, depending on the outcome of what the processes are going to yield, the process of appointing a new commissioner, if that arises, the President, like he has done already, he will do an open process through his office and make the necessary decisions on what needs to be done. Already, Deputy
Thank you,
Speaker.
Deputy Minister. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mokoena.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Minister, given that the current acting appointments arise from ongoing internal investigation and are relatively recent rather than prolonged, what measures has been put in place to ensure continuity of leadership, organizational stability, and effective oversight while these investigations are underway, particularly in relation to disciplinary processes and procurement control within SAPS? I thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Mokoena, for the question. Indeed, to address continuity in leadership to ensure that there is stability, the President appointed Lieutenant General Dimpani as the acting National Commissioner. General Dimpani is part of management as we speak. She's the CFO of the South African Police Service. Her appointment ensures and guarantees that there should be continuity. I have already said that there is a process to ensure that procurement is reformed and handled in such a manner that it does not create the problems that we find ourselves with. What we are experiencing today, we all know that the National Commissioner is on suspension due because of the procurement challenges that we're confronted with. So there is a need to professionalize how we procure our services, and we believe General Dimpani is capable of leading that process to ensure that there is transparency and change on how we procure goods, because this has been a weakness within the South African police. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Schikkerling.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Honourable Deputy Minister, so many of the members that are on suspension are nearing pensionable age, and it is a concern. To what extent have delays in finalizing disciplinary proceedings resulted in implicated officials reaching retirement or pensionable age without accountability processes being concluded? And what financial implications has this had for the state in terms of pension payouts and benefits? Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Schikkerling. The financial implication will be determined, I think, at the time that these suspensions are concluded. We have agreed in the ministry and the department that disciplinary processes will not take forever. We have had experiences of people who are on suspension for over a period of a year, some over a period of 2 years. We have agreed together with management that there is a need for SAPS to have a standing committee that deals specifically with disciplinary matters, so that we start a disciplinary process and within a short space of time, we conclude it. And I believe that once that mechanism is put in place, Deputy Speaker, we will be able to speedily do away with issues that need disciplinary processes. Of course, the issue of people, many that are appearing who are of a pensionable age, that is a matter that we might not be able to avoid because incidentally it happened to be the case. But we'll speed up the processes of DC, Deputy Speaker, to ensure that we don't delay and we handle things in such a manner that we are not badly affected as an organization. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The fourth supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mente.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable DM, if we were to ask the Madlanga Commission to expand their mandate into the police and look into the capacity of the police as well as the impact they have into the delivery of cases that are successfully prosecuted in court, it will lead us to the finding that there's substantial amount of vacancies in the police generally, which then leads to stress as well as the low morale. Now, the question I have you looked into the statistics to fill up all the vacancies within the police, in particular the FCS units and your violent crime units, where we find that in rural areas and in townships in particular, when you call on the police stations, you are going to be
Thank you,
told
Honourable
that there's
Mente.
only 3 police vans available because there are no personnel to drive whatever vans that are available. Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Mente, for the question. Of course, the extension of the probe by Madlanga, I think if recommendations are made and the President sees it fit to do so, he will do that. But to understand the vacancies in SAPS or the personnel in SAPS, we know that there is a shortage. We have not recruited in a manner that complements the retirement that happen annually. We approached the President in the past, in the 6th administration, to increase our capacity to train personnel in our colleges. Generally, we are training 5,000 in our colleges. The President allowed us to train an extra 5, which meant that we trained 10,000 officers in the past 3 years, which our academies could not even accommodate. We had to approach the Army to request to use their facilities, which they obliged, so that we can train this project, which we call Project 30,000. For the past 3 years, we were able to recruit 30,000 trainees who went into different units within SAPS. However, as we speak, the number has gone down, and we have agreed that we must still go back to the President to allow us to continue with the recruitment of 10,000 per annum, because annually we lose plus minus 4,000 people through retirement. And if we only recruit 5,000, it effectively means we are increasing by 1,000 per annum, which will not address the shortcomings that we have. The number of officers that we have today is less than what we had in 2010. So you can see the gap of what happened between 2010 and 2022.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
The last supplementary question is that of the Honourable Maimane.
Deputy Minister, for your own report, it says you lose 6,000 every year. So you are in fact going backwards and people are dying and crime is out of control. So Minister, as a follow-up, I want to make practical suggestions. You are correct when you say President Ramaphosa took a different view. But here's my problem. We are at the mercy of President Ramaphosa. Another president could come in and really say, it is my provide to choose whom I like. So can I suggest, 1, let's open the process to the public. 2, let's appoint the National Police Commissioner the same way we do judges, have a panel sit and interview them. 3, let's have Parliament be involved so that we can hold these people accountable, so that the SAPS will know when we've appointed the National Police Commissioner, we have somebody that enjoys the trust of citizens. Otherwise, DM, I think we can both agree, another president could appoint another crook in the police and will end up with more commissions, but crime going up. Thank you very much.
Honourable Deputy Minister, that is a comment, and you can respond if you wish.
Maybe we should treat it as a comment, Deputy Speaker, but say that appointment of accounting officers can be subjected to a parliament sitting to appoint that. I think the president must exercise his prerogative together with the executive. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
The next question is question number 477 and has been asked by the Honourable Hutton to the Minister of Defence and Military Veterans. The question is, on what date will she table the Journey to Greatness plan and the associated Defence Funding Compact before Parliament, and what are the details of the binding agreement between her department and National Treasury to move defence funding from the current 0.7% of gross domestic product towards the stated 1.5% minimum threshold? The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Honorable Deputy Speaker and honorable members, following the approval by Cabinet of the Blueprint Plan for the South African National Defence Force, termed the Journey to Greatness, the Journey to Greatness Plan, the Department of Defence will schedule engagements with Parliament on this matter. Following a portfolio committee meeting this morning, the 15th of June has been identified as the final possible date for these engagements to take place. Given the strategic significance and broad scope of the Journey to Greatness plan, discussions are likely to extend across a multitude of issues, which may necessitate more comprehensive engagements with Parliament. For this reason, joint scheduling and proper coordination between Parliament and the Department on the Journey to Greatness plan remain of cardinal importance. The SANDF evolution strategy and plan concept articulate a systemic and phased increase in defense allocations from the current level of approximately 0.7% of GDP. Discussions with National Treasury are underway. This strategic trajectory received Cabinet approval on 6 May 2026. Furthermore, the Department of Defense and National Treasury must still engage further in order to fully determine the modalities, funding mechanism, and practical implementation framework associated with this long-term funding trajectory. As you are aware, honorable members, in 1998, the government of South Africa took a decision to invest more on social security as opposed to investing on military security. As a result of that, the Department of Defense have been defunded for almost 15 to 20 years. But that thing must be a thing of the past, because the security threat to South Africa warrants us that we must spend and make sure that the Department of Defense or the SANDF state of readiness is in place and guaranteed. Thank you.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Hutton.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Minister, if the Department of Defence Journey to Greatness plan is mature enough to guide the Arms Corps corporate plan tabled before Parliament on the 1st of March 2026, and more than 2 months before it was accepted by Cabinet on May the 6th, why was Parliament not provided with this document despite requesting it repeatedly and before being expected to exercise oversight over plans already aligned to it?
Thank you,
Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. You must remember that issues related to security are normally not branded about early before this National Security Council has put a stamp of approval on that. We couldn't bring that plan before it has gone to the National Security Council, and also it has been sent to the President and the Cabinet. That is history now. The document you are going to be given this coming before 15th of June, as we have agreed. So I'm not going to waste your time. That's history.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Jama.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I will take it for Honorable Jama. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, can the Honorable Deputy Minister outline the main priorities and phases for the Journey to Greatness plan aimed at modernizing and strengthening the South African National Defence Force? In particular, what progress can we expect over the short to medium term in relation to the capability and enhancement force readiness and institutional renewal? Furthermore, how will the implementation of this plan improve the SANDF's ability to respond effectively to both domestic and regional security challenges, while ensuring that the Defence Force remains prepared, disciplined, and capable in the years ahead? Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I can see that the honourable member is curious about this plan to be presented to them. But the key here is that the Department of Defence, and in particular the SANDF, has been defunded for many, many years, and we have been found wanting in a number of operations in this country. So I'm not going to give you details. Wait until we present the plan to you. But you must know that this plan is going to address the short-term, medium to long-term. Short-term will depend on the threat analysis, which has been presented by the State Security Council to the Cabinet, and what priorities are there for the defense. You are aware that currently we are assisting the police in order to deal with the high levels of crime. So unfortunately, I cannot give you details on that part. Wait for the proper presentation when it is done, tabled to your portfolio committee. Thank you.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Kubukeri.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. This binding agreement between your department and the National Treasury, to me, becomes piecemeal when set against more than 20 years of repeat adverse findings by the Auditor General, findings that neither Defence nor Treasury have resolved. And not forgetting, Minister, that Public Works has its fair share in the failures that prevent Defence from meeting even the minimum national security compliance standards. Would the Minister be open to establishing an independent external task team outside Defence, Treasury, and Public Works, with the authority to subpoena and the independence not to be intimidated by the generals, especially given that even the defense boards of inquiry now appear complicit in shielding wrongdoing? We are not calling for a Madlanga Commission, Minister. We want a practical vehicle that can finally address
the incompetence, the negligence,
Thank you,
and the
Honourable
deliberate
Member.
transgressions. Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Honorable Deputy Speaker and Honorable Member, yes, the answer is yes, we can do that. But what I would suggest you do as a Member of Parliament, in the portfolio committee you are serving in, that of defense, is to write a formal letter to us and ask the Minister of Defense to do exactly what you are suggesting. In particular, that task team should have powers to subpoena any member, and also the terms of reference must be clarified when you approach the Department of Defense. It's true, since about 5 years ago, we have been receiving adverse findings from the department, from the Auditor General. And some of the members who were responsible for this mess are no longer around. They are not in the Defense Force. You will also recall that we are still dealing even with the corruption-related cases, where the SIU as well as the Hawks are busy engaging the Department of Defense. Unfortunately, these allegations also affected the former minister of this department. So, yes, we need that task team as of yesterday. Thank you.
The fourth supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Niehaus.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Minister, we were all excited to hear this morning that the 15th of June is the time to present the journey of greatness. But unfortunately, your answer this afternoon is pouring cold water on my expectations. Surely, Deputy Minister, you are aware that tabling the Journey to Greatness plan in Parliament without a comprehensive costing, and you say that those modalities are still under discussion in Cabinet, and a detailed implementation plan will render the exercise futile and risk the plan suffering the same fate as the unimplemented 2015 Defence Review. Surely, Deputy Minister, you will agree that it only makes sense to come and table to the Portfolio Committee on Defence and Military Veterans the Journey to Greatness plan with a full costing and a detailed implementation schedule. Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Carl Niehaus. Relax, my brother. The plan we are going to table, we are going to give you the estimated costs for short-term, medium to long-term. But we will continue to engage the Department of Finance. We cannot wait until we have briefed the Portfolio Committee, but the figures are there, you will see them. Thank you.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Hatton.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Minister, after more than a decade of the unfunded 2015 Defence Review, which was accepted by this Parliament, by Cabinet, and applauded by everyone, can you identify a single binding commitment from National Treasury that will increase the defence funding, or are we once again being asked to oversee plans that have no funding behind it?
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
I think for the first time we have followed the processes correctly, in that the money we are asking has been approved by National Security Council. It has been approved also by the security cluster, as well as the cabinet. So let us give the Minister of Finance an opportunity to comply with the directive of the cabinet. Otherwise, if he is still going to apply delaying tactics, then I don't think we should have him as a Minister of Finance anymore, because the President issued a directive to say, let us move away from 0.7% to 1.5% of the GDP in order to address the backlogs and imbalances within the Department of Defense, which were caused by us, this government, by redirecting the monies which were scheduled to help the defense to other social-related matters which were urgently needed at the time. So the instruction now is that Department of Finance, the Department of Defense has been prioritized. So let's give a chance to the minister to put a flesh into this skeleton. Thank you.
Question number 499 has been asked by the Honourable Kumbaka to the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation. The question is, given that the 2026-27 budget of his department has increased by only 2% to 7.227 billion rand, how will his department prioritize its limited resources to successfully deliver its ambitious annual performance plan targets with regard to the more than 300 planned economic diplomacy activities, tourism promotion events and high-level bilateral engagements? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. Despite the constrained budget environment, the department will continue to prioritize activities that deliver the greatest value for South Africa's foreign policy and economic interests. Planned engagements will be undertaken through our existing networks of missions abroad in partnership with other government departments, agencies, and stakeholders. The department will continue to reprioritize resources where necessary to ensure that key economic diplomacy, tourism promotion, and bilateral engagements targets are achieved within the available budget. Vatsonga vari, vana va munhu, va tsemelana nhloko ya njiya. It is within this context that we'll do our best to do with the little that we have. I hear that this idiom is in all vernacular. Kasi sutu vari vana va muthu, va ngwatelana nhloko ya tsila. So this is our reality. We'll have to ensure that one family can live with one head of a locust. Thank you.
First supplementary question will be taken by the Honourable Muela on behalf of the Honourable
Thank
Kubuka.
you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, given the constrained fiscal environment and the growing demands of South Africa's foreign policy, how is the department ensuring that this economic diplomacy and bilateral engagement initiative translate into measurable outcomes such as increased trade, investment, tourism growth, and stronger strategic partnerships for our country? Thank you very much.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you. During the year 2025-2026, we have participated in various multilateral platforms of the UN, which contributed towards peace and security across the globe. We have also hosted G20 here in South Africa, which has also delivered a declaration with tangible outcomes in relation to disaster resilience, recovery, debt sustainability, energy security, and critical minerals, focusing on Agenda 2063. We are also continuing to support efforts for democratic elections in South Sudan. We are also supporting efforts of economic diplomacy of trade and investment, as many members have seen, with the President hosting an investment conference with DTIC. which we have also supported through our various missions. So our work continues, which act in the national interest of the Republic of South Africa. Thank you.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Smith.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, the 2026-27 budget also includes the provision of humanitarian aid to Cuba in the form of several tens of millions of rands, notwithstanding a loan granted to Cuba in 2018. South African foreign policy is meant to uphold the constitutional principles of freedom, democracy, and human rights. But Cuba is a totalitarian communist dictatorship and has been since 1959. Can the Minister tell this House why South Africa is providing aid to a country which violates every single value and principle enshrined in our Constitution?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you. The Renaissance Fund Act provides for South Africa to support in humanitarian aid in any country in the world, and that also includes Cuba. We are also, as we speak, in the process of providing $5 million to the Africa CDC to fight against Ebola in terms of recovery, to the African continent to respond, because we understand that pandemics knows no border. We have also, through the Renaissance Fund, contributed to the efforts to respond to disaster in Mozambique. And Mozambique, as you are well aware, is also our neighbor. When there are these challenges of disaster, we are also impacted. They also lead to migration. So South Africa needs to work and respond to any humanitarian situation anywhere in the African continent and anywhere in the world, including in Cuba or in any nature of distress in the world. Thank you very much.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Douglas.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Minister, with only a 2% increase in the budget, can the Minister explain when South Africans can realistically expect to see a move away from an outdated, symbolic, diplomatic, activity-based model of recording the number of meetings attended, conferences held, etc., to a measurable developmental outcomes base, like how many jobs were created through foreign direct investment and how many black industrialists got opportunities in foreign markets, when under the current GNU austerity-driven budget, financial constraints are still in place and vacancies still are frozen, and whether he agrees that a budget which claims to prioritize economic diplomacy without substantially funding that transition risks becoming little more than a public relations exercise. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. As I have already said, the investment conference is measurable. It was announced the amount of more than 2 trillion that is expected to flow. And already there are tangible projects that have come through that investment conference that you can go, inspect, even touch and see in the happening in the various areas of our country, including the investment by Toyota, BMW, various mines and other processing plants. So you can touch them, you can see them. It's not just symbolic and diplomatic missions. There has also been clear investment by the European Union to our green transition processes, energy sector. So it is not, as is stated, that is just a symbolic. You can count the money, you can count the investment, you can also look into the economic growth impact of foreign direct investment into South Africa, including the jobs that this foreign direct investment is creating. But not only that, our peace efforts in the Eastern DRC, although it's a challenging environment, but South Africa being there, encouraging dialogue, is something that can be seen. Our process also now in South Sudan to help them towards their first democratic election is contributing to a democratic dividend. This also can be measured and can also be seen. Thank you very much, House Chair.
The fourth supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mshlongo.
Thank you, House Deputy Speaker. Minister, we are concerned that the department continues to expand its targets and international commitments while operating with severe staff shortages and a budget increase that barely keeps up with the inflation. This raises serious concerns about capacity, workload pressures, and the department's ability to deliver on its mandate effectively. With the department getting the 2% increase in the budget for 2025-2026 financial year, how will this increase ensure that the vacancy rate of 26.3% is resolved? If it will not resolve the vacancy rate, then what is the plan to ensure that we don't have an overworked workforce while delivering on the mandate of the department? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Indeed, we are also concerned with the 2% increase. But as I've said earlier on, we have to live with what we have, implement with what we have, reprioritize with what is at our disposal. And that is what we are currently doing, and also ensuring that this is also in line with the departmental organogram. And the Honourable Member is correct, it's challenging, but it has to be done. We cannot bury our hands in the sense we have to do the job. Thank you.
The last supplementary question will be asked by Honourable M.S. Muela.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Minister, in your response, you mentioned that there's a work that South Africa is doing to assist continent in light of the Ebola outbreak and budget in the midst of these budget constraints. Can you elaborate more in terms of the work that South Africa is doing to assist the continent in the light of Ebola outbreak? Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister.
Yeah, thank you. Our NICD is one of the best in the world. It is better placed to support efforts to fight against Ebola and in terms of the responsive capability of the Africa CDC. It is in that regard that the President has announced the amount of $5 million to support the work to fight against Ebola, including our capabilities in this world standard institution of our NICD, but also our universities have got some of the top-notch scientists that can support these efforts on the fights against Ebola. And our work on the fight against pandemic is also championed by our President, who is a champion of pandemic preparedness in the continent. But it does not end there. Even with the Botswana Vaccine Institute, South Africa is one of the biggest receivers of the vaccine from the Botswana Vaccine Institute. And when we were there in Botswana, they said South Africa even pays on time. This also shows the efforts we are making for regional integration, for regional cooperation, not just on issues of trade, on peace and security and so forth, but also in science, to promote science diplomacy. And there's also a number of activities in the Department of Science and Technology that I believe Minister Nzimande at the right time can mention, and higher education, that are also contributing to science diplomacy in the continent, given our capabilities in the various science institutes in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, we now move to question number 446, which has been asked by the Honourable M. Manyi to the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. The question is, given that the Office of the Chief Justice has admitted to a 57.4 million shortfall affecting court recording technology, information and communication technology systems, and court operations, and further noting that court records continue to disappear, cases collapse, and proceedings are repeatedly postponed due to dysfunctional systems, how does she justify presiding over a justice system where administrative collapse is now directly undermining constitutional rights which denies victims and accused persons timely justice. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. The Office of the Chief Justice is not currently aware of continuous disappearance of court records affecting court proceedings and causing dysfunctionality in the system. However, there's been a challenge in accessing some court records from a previous system due to a cyber attack. This was years ago. In instances such as this, what has been done was steps that were taken to reconstruct the affected court records. The OCJ is in the process of procuring 34 court recordings technology, sexual offences systems machines to ensure uninterrupted recording of court proceedings through the Criminal Asset Recovery Account, CARA funding that has been allocated. Currently, there is an estimated 57.4 million budget shortfall, but it's not certain. We're still working on it. And the OCJ will ensure that its service delivery needs are appropriately costed and will continue to utilize the normal MTF process to motivate for additional funding going forward to prevent any adverse impact on the support to the judiciary and the public. This has been consistently been done through engagement between the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, the Minister of Finance, and heads of courts led by the Chief Justice. Thank you.
The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Manyi.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, yes, of course, the OCJ wouldn't know about these disappearing records because, Minister, in your own budget vote speech, you confirmed that court recordings, technology, ICT systems, and all the transcription services were only transferred from the Department of Justice to the OCJ only on the 1st of April 2026. Hence, they don't know. Meaning that for the entire period during which court records have been disappearing, cases collapsing and proceedings postponed due to dysfunctional technology, your department, Minister, remained the responsible custodian of those systems in that period. Given that this was therefore a failure in your department's administration, Minister, not the OCJ's, will the Minister confirm two things? One, how many criminal cases have been struck off the roll or permanently lost in the period 2022 to 2026, specifically due to missing or corrupted court recordings? And secondly, what legal remedy exists for accused persons and victims whose constitutional rights under Section 35 and Section 34 were violated during that period of your department's administrative custody of those systems, and has any such remedy been made available to them? Thank you.
Honorable Minister. Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Honorable Manyi, let's correct you. Firstly, while the administrative part was with the department, the functionality and running of the courts continued to be with the Chief Justice by the heads of courts. So they were responsible. So all those officials who worked in superior courts, high courts, were already in the OCJ, not in Department of Justice. So the transfer was on the procurement processes and also on the management. But in terms of operational issues, OCJ continued. The second part of your question is actually a new question, which requires statistics. I would be happy to answer it in a written format because we'll be able to provide those statistics. Thank you.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Matafa.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Let me take this opportunity to thank the Minister for comprehensive responses to the earlier questions. Minister, given the 57.4 million shortfall and the discussions that are unfolding with the Minister of Finance, what contingency measures are in place to prevent further ICT deterioration while additional funding is pursued through the MTEF period? Thank you very much, House Chair.
Honorable Minister. Thank you very much. The current system is that it's working. The issue of shortfall is on upgrading. I need to clarify that. Because if you know, technology becomes obsolete and becomes unreliable at some point. And that's why we're talking about upgrading of the facilities that we need to do. But what we have done to close the shortfall that existed, which would have been more dire, that's why we provided allocation from the CARA funding, so that we can be able to close the gap in terms of those that would have been worse off. But similarly as well, operational efficiency management systems have been put in place by the OCJ and the heads of courts together with the registrars to be able to ensure that there is no malfunctioning within our high courts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Breitenberg.
Thank you. I rise on behalf of the Democratic Alliance to answer this question. Minister, the shortfall of 57.4 million will inadvertently affect operations at the Constitutional Court, a court already buckling under enormous caseload. The saying goes that the wheels of justice turn slowly, but Minister, they do turn. In South Africa case, the wheels isn't oiled and the road it runs on is fraught with potholes. When will you admit that the Apex Court of South Africa is understaffed, underfunded, and unsupported? And when, if ever, do you plan on doing something about it? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I think the member sits in the portfolio committee and he knows what he's saying is factually incorrect. Since my arrival in the portfolio, for example, last year, February, we were able to give the heads of courts or OCJ additional 271 posts. That would have closed the gap. We've announced that we are actually in the process of closing the gap in terms of the rationalization report that Minister Lamula had initiated that calls for 20% capacitation of the for the judges in courts. And we've said that this will bring additional staff. So currently there's been mechanisms, there's been money that we added. If you look at the budget itself, there's additional budget allocation. There's been additional staff that we've reported to the portfolio committee. So I'm not so sure where are the collapse, honorable member. There must be factual issues that you talk about. Let's not imagine things that do not happen. Our courts are functioning, Concord is functioning. It has capacity. For example, one of the things that we've been able to do as the executive when I got into the portfolio, another issue, is that because we realized that Parliament, together with the executive as two arms of the states, had opportunities to have private offices, those who are leading those two arms. We immediately, working together with Minister of Finance and Minister of Public Service and Administration, established private offices of heads of court. So you can't say that there's no support for the judiciary by the executive, but also there's no capacity. So I think, especially for somebody who sits in that committee, we expect better.
Thank you. The fourth supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Matiwane.
Mphathiswa, njengokuba isebe olikhokheleyo liqhubeka ukuzigomba isifuba ngo-court online, oyindlela bekumele iphucula indlela inkundla ezisebenza ngayo. Kodwa into eyenzeka, kodwa inkundla zisaqhubekeka ukubika ukulahleka kwengxelo okuphikayo. Ufike kusithiwa iikhompyutha zi-offline. Ukwehluleka kwenkundla ukucishelela amatyala kusetyenziswa ubuxhakaxhaka bale mihla, ekhokhelela ekumiseni kamatyala oku okukhanyelayo. Umbuzo uthi, ingaba ungayicacisa uthini into ethethwa lisebe kunye nento ethethwa luluntu eyenzeka phantsi ezinkundleni? Kwenzeka njani ukuba zikhabane? Ingaba uyavuma ukuba ukuqhubekeka kwakho usithi ucourt online uyasebenza kulahlekisa lendlu kunye noluntu? Inkosi.
Honorable Minister.
Mandibulele mhlonishwa ngokuthi xa uthetha ngecourt online asiqale yabona umhlonishwa uyabuza kodwa akamamelanga. Mandithi mandithetha hayi ngithetha naye kaloku nguye obuza imbuzo. Mhlonishwa icourt online ku-high courts akakafiki ku-lower courts kokuqala. Nase-high courts isebenza kwi-civil cases akakafiki kwi-criminal cases. kukhona mawujonga i-budget vote yethu uzawubona ukuthi sithe kulo nyaka sizawuqalisa imodule le ijongane ne-criminal cases. Le siyifakileyo yile ye-civil cases. So aluntu xa luthi kuthi abakakayiboni le court online baba bethetha ngento ukuthi pha ku-magistrates ayikakafiki, pha ku-high courts elukuthi sidilishana ne-criminal court cases ayikakafiki. But kuzo zonke ezi courts ezikhoyo sikwazile ukuzenza napha eMthatha naphi sizenzile. Xa sijonga kuma-high courts la singakayifaki khona, if ujonga i-APP yethu uzawubona futhi ukuthi sishiyeke yi-constitutional court, sishiyeke yi-superior courts ne-land court. So ayikakapheleli. So le nto sithethayo inyani sibhale phansi ungakwazi ukusijongela kuloo nto, hayi le uyithethayo.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Manyi.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, focus. I'm here. Minister, I'm happy that you've made this admission that actually the operations and everything else is with the OCJ. You're just dealing with the procurement. The issue here is that in their own budget, that 57.4 million shortfall, it's against those items like ICT systems, the recordings, all of those things, they're actually on those items. And the issue here is that that shortfall which is indicated, it's a shortfall that is appropriated by National Treasury through your department. Now, when the chips are down, who then must be accountable for failure in this whole system? You control the purse, everything comes through you, there's a problem.
Honorable Manyi, your time has expired.
Thank you, Chair.
Should I proceed?
Honorable Minister.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Manyi. I remain the executive authority for both departments. So I am accountable for both, whether it's the OCJ and the DOJ-CD. So I am accountable for both. In terms of the shortfalls, and it's me who's putting there, not the OCJ, because the Chief Justice does not have authority over the budget as we speak. So it's the Minister as the executive authority and the Secretary General as the accounting officer and the team. So what we are saying there is that over time, the department, it's not only the issue of what is being transferred. It's over time there's been shortfalls because as we were looking at the work and during the times where government was battling with finances, there would have been reduction on allocation, both in the Department of Justice and in the OCJ. So as we said, let's go back and look at what would bring to full capacity, to OCJ to function effectively, for the department to function effectively. What is it that we need? And out of those, then we've come to say to the National Treasury, this is what we are shortfall of. If we are to hand over this machinery to the OCJ completely when it becomes independent administratively, we've got to have closed all those gaps, and that's the intention. And our commitment is to continue to engage with Treasury to ensure that we do not hand over a limping car to OCJ, but to make sure that fully functional, and that's why I can talk about how we've capacitated their private offices, how we are improving in terms of staff complement, because we have challenges of legal researchers, but also we are looking at the issue of how do we deal with the issue of the compliance with public service and administration, because it's not able to comply with what the judges are looking for in terms of administration. So we're also looking at transitional mechanisms. So all those things are a support mechanisms that we are acknowledging as the executive to say we need to give to the judiciary fully so that they can function effectively, including, that's why we had to close the gap in some of the issues, interventions, including training. When you look at the CARA funding, does not look only on the machinery that we have done, but also capacitation in terms of the judiciary for specialized courts matters. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, we now move to question number 474, which has been asked by Honorable M.R. Mushala to the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. The question is, what are the reasons that magistrates and lower court officials are still excluded from adequate and affordable medical aid support, including access to the government employee medical scheme, when many are unable to afford private healthcare on their current salaries and are therefore forced to rely on overcrowded government hospitals? And what urgent measures has the department taken to ensure that officials responsible for administering justice have access to proper health care? The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. The magistrates are public office bearers and entitled to such salaries, allowance and benefits as determined by the President in terms of Section 12, subsection 1 of the Magistrate Act 1993, Act 90 of 1993, by notice in the Gazette, taking into consideration the recommendation of the Independent Commission for the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers. Furthermore, Parliament must, before the publication of notice, approve the determination, whether in whole or in part, or disapprove it. Medical benefits are part of the benefits recommended under the purview of the Commission, approved by Parliament, not the Minister. Currently, each magistrate are allowed to structure the benefits in the manner is suitable to them. I must indicate that magistrates have been indicating that they are not happy with their current packages and their benefits. The IRC published for comments a major review on the salaries, allowances, and benefits of all public office bearers, including that of magistrates, which includes their medical benefits, amongst other benefits. I'm informed that this process has not been concluded by the Commission. Similarly, lower court officials are public servants within the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, are appointed in terms of Public Service Act 1994 as amended and Public Service Regulation 2016. All lower courts employees qualify for medical assistant benefits. Employees are eligible for a membership of government employees medical scheme and also qualify for government subsidy. I do not have a role as the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development to determine medical benefits or any other benefits for employees or magistrates. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have been informed that the first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Shikwamban in accordance with Rule 137. Honorable.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, it is unacceptable that the very people who keep the lower courts functioning are expected to administer justice while being denied basic dignity in their own condition of service. A justice system cannot claim to value the rule of law while magistrates and lower court officials are pushed into financial strain and overcrowded public hospitals because affordable medical aid support remains unresolved. Has the department conducted any assessment on the extent as to which financial distress, medical debt, and lack of health care access amongst magistrate and lower court officials may expose vulnerable officials to corruption, external influence, or compromise judicial independence? If not, why has the department neglected such a serious institutional risk? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable member, like you, I'm very concerned, but you are more powerful than me because those are determined by Parliament, not the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, because the recommendation of the Commission comes to Parliament. So Parliament has, as members, you have powers to either accept or reject, or even make recommendation to changes. I would be happy, I know magistrates will be happy to hear what you are saying, because if Parliament agrees, then Parliament has the power to change those conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Joteti.
Thank you very much. Now, Minister, given that there is an independent commission to look into to review the benefits of public office bearers, the question is whether the department has made a submission advocating in particular for the magistrates, and whether you are able to give us a sense of what are the proposals that you would have made if the department has made submission to this independent commission. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. As per the process, what the department gets to be, it's when the commission has finalized its process, then they send us to make comments at the end. But because this part of the process has not been completed, we are waiting for them to make those recommendations. And then once they do, and ask formally for our comments, we'll definitely do as department. I do think, as I say, we support the issues raised by magistrates. We do believe that is of concern, and including, that's why one of the issues that we talk about, honorable members, is that when we deal with single and independent judiciary-led administration, we do understand it will be able to articulate all these issues. That's why we are consistently advocating and pushing for this. But beyond that, we do not have a legal standing or legal mandate to be able to do anything else. Would be happy to do if we had legal mandate to do something. Thank you.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Litchfield Shabalala.
Ngibonge sihlalo. Minister, judges are not elected representatives. They do not constitute part of national parliaments or provincial legislatures. Ke mehopolo le menahano e feng e ileng ya fitlhela hore ba nyehlisa ke mehopolo le menahano e feng e ileng ya fitlhela hore ba kenywe hara parliament to the exclusion of magistrates who bear the brunt of the criminal justice system in terms of caseload and the high-paced court environment. How, in the past 30 years, have we allowed this injustice in a justice democratic period to go on? It's a classist system.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. The issue of magistrates, it comes very far, because if you look at their condition of employment between them and judges are separate, yes. Because if you look at the magistrates, they are now determined under different legislation and judges under the different administration. And that's why our call is for single judiciary, where we are now working on legislation to bring them under one roof. But we still don't have an agreement on that amongst themselves. So they are still consulting each other and will be able to. And I think if we look historically, honorable member, quite a number of things we might have thought that this would work better. This is what can work better. And also, remember, part of the issue was to ensure that we lower the barriers of entry so that you don't have a sector that is exclusionary, doesn't allow for transformation, doesn't allow for many people to participate. And sometimes we can accept that sometimes certain things have unintended consequences in terms of that. When you look at the magistrate, I agree. They bear the brunt of frontline services. They get threatened more, but they get accused of corruption. And you look at the salaries, for example, one of the issues that we were talking about, I was doing analysis of comparative of salary of magistrate and prosecutors. You find in certain instances, prosecutors even earn more than magistrates. And it's an anomaly that when we do an analysis of why we end up in some of the problems that we have, you understand that first is condition of employment that you've got to improve and ensure that you treat people who are doing most work with the decency that deserves. So I advocate for the better environment and better conditions for magistrates. That I think we all agree.
Thank you. The fourth supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Kana. He's not here. Okay. You then pass. I will then ask the last supplementary question, which will be asked by Honorable Shikwamban.
Thank you very much, Minister. You see, the magistrates and the officials of the lower court are working every day in the morning. They go to work and perform their duties to make sure that our lower courts function and work. So just last week in Pretoria, Mr. Silas Novella, he was at his work performing his duties and responsibilities. He got sick and was taken to hospital in California. Unfortunately, he died. And this issue, it has been long, and we know all of us that it is incorrect that we keep our magistrates and the
officials of the lower coast not to be given the medical aid. Maybe if he had that chance of having a medical aid, he could have been taken to a better hospital. Today we are going to speak of something different. But you keep on saying that you don't have legal obligation to enforce these matters to be brought to Parliament and be discussed.
Honourable
But my question will
Shikwambani.
be, to what extent do we have an influence to the
Honourable
Commission
Shikwambani.
to finish their process and bring this matter
Your
here
time
in
has
Parliament
expired.
and Parliament approve and give these people their medical aid? Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Honorable Member, the officials because the officials in lower courts are staff members of the Department of Justice. So they are public servants. Officials in OCJ are staff members in the department. They are public servants, like any other public servant. So if an individual chooses not to use a medical aid, it's a choice. Remember, the Constitution says that we can't force people. It's only us here in Parliament who are forced to permit. But in terms of public servants, they are not forced. They are not forced. So it's there. Now, the official would have, and some of the people, what they do, they say, I am on a medical aid of my spouse. Therefore, I don't have to take this medical aid. Now, the department would not be able to see when that medical aid lapses or something happens to it, because the person has made a declaration to the department to say, I am not in this medical aid, I am on my spouse's medical aid. That's the first thing. So they have support from the department as employees of the department. Then with the magistrates, currently, magistrates, because of the package, all of us are public office bearers. So you work out your package in a manner that it caters for your needs. So there are those magistrates, for example, if you entitle them, they do have medical aid. They've been able to structure their packages and their benefits to include medical aid. What we are advocating for, it's that type of permit, because many of them are saying they want to be part of permit as magistrates. They've been saying that to us, that they want to be part of permit because permit has better benefits for long term. That's what they've been advocating, not what I think you have. The issue of magistrates' petition, what they've raised with me as the minister, is their involvement not on any other medical aid but permit. That's where we are sitting. Now, I think that's what I wanted to explain, because I think maybe the information you got is not exactly what they have made in submission in writing to me as the minister.
Thank you. Honourable members, we move to question number 502, which has been asked by Honourable W.T.D. Blakis to the Minister of Correctional Services. The question is with reference to his department's learnership program and its implementation, what measures have been in place to ensure that stipends are paid timelessly and consistently to learners in the program, and what steps have been taken to intensify the implementation of the learnership program going forward to ensure that the program runs smoothly overall? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Firstly, to ensure that learnership stipends are paid accurately, consistently, and in accordance with public service regulations, the Department of Correctional Services relies on a combination of strict administrative controls and legally binding frameworks. Stipend payments are legally contingent on active participation in the program. Furthermore, to ensure payments are executed correctly and only to eligible active learners, the department utilizes localized verification structures such as regional monitoring for the workplace learning phase, the practical component conducted at our centers, local human resource branches, and center coordinators maintain strict attendance registers. As far as academy tracking is concerned, during the theoretical training phase at colleges, daily attendance logs are cross-referenced before monthly payroll runs are approved. This ensures that learners who abscond or withdraw are immediately flagged, preventing fraudulent or erroneous payouts. The third aspect is the PERSOL has also built-in validation to prevent the payment of stipends to learners who are employed elsewhere in the public service. The department has registered a new NQF Level 5 Higher Occupational Certificate for Correctional Officials with the South African Qualification Authority. This will replace the current NQF Level 4 Further Education and Training Learnership, which expires in June 2026, through student enrollment for the Level 4 program will remain open until 2027. I thank you.
The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Plakis.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Thank you, Minister, for the answer. Minister, on a follow-up, what contingency funds or immediate localized relief intervention exists within the management area to assist learners when regional administration fails to process their stipend files on time?
Honorable Minister.
Honourable Chair, as I said, we have these three methods of ensuring that the correct people get it. It's part of our budget to ensure that we have the funds. And can I say to the honourable member that at present, as we speak, we have 1,033 learners. So we do it in phases. We had a group 1, a group 2, and a group 3, so that we comply to the budget constraints we do have, but we ensure that they will receive what they are entitled to.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Engelbert.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, with the department's 11.7 billion budget cut over the next 5 years and its reliance on the 26-27 allocation of 30.93 billion, how will the department move from its current limited intake of 1,033 learners to the required 3,000 learners per annum to reach the 2030 target of employing 12,950 new officers, especially when employee compensation already accounts for over 70% of its spending, leaving only 9.3 billion for all other operational costs? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Well, firstly, let me say it is worrying that, for instance, if we take our complete budget, that almost 70% of our budget is for compensation of employees. For me, that is very worrying. Not that I say that our officials should get less, but that must be considered when we ask for money in terms of our budget. We are, however, in the medium-term development plan of the GNU, said that we must try to create jobs, and we do have vacancies that we have to ensure that in future we can fill those vacancies. That's why we started with this learnership. And can I say to the honourable member that he would know that we envisage that from 26 to 2030, we do hope that we can accommodate 12,950 of the learners. But it's a phase one, as I said. And of course, part of the savings the department is trying to obtain by self-sufficiency, we do ensure that there is money available, because this is a very important component for the future.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Gasa.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Minister, will you admit that the leadership program is broken due to ongoing stipend delays? Explain what penalties will be imposed on officials or service providers who miss payment deadlines, and commit to an independent forensic audit of all stipend payments since the program started, potentially scrapping and rebuilding the outsourced payment system?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. There will always be some allegations when you start with these learnership. Can I mention to the Honourable Member, then when we advertised for this learnership, the department received 1.2 million applications. And you can think for yourself, the administration, to go through 1.2 million applications to ensure that qualifying people are identified and be accommodated. If the Honourable Member is aware that there are certain matters of corruption or irregularities, is welcome. Come forward. I will not shy away from that. And I said before that if it is necessary to have a forensics audit, we will do so. But we must also remember that forensics auditings are very expensive. So you must make sure, if you want to spend the taxpayers' money, that you have enough evidence to justify such forensic investigation. I thank you.
Thank you. The fourth supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Van Staden.
Dankie, huisvoorsitter. Minister, dit is toch sekerlik algemene praktyk dat die meeste werkgewers nuwe aanstellings op 'n proeftydperk aanstel, gewoonlik oor 'n tydperk van 3 maande, maar in die geval van u departement beloop die tydperk 1 jaar. En dit is in my oogpunt wel goeie praktyk om sodoende te verseker dat die regte mense in regte posisies aangestel word. Kan u vir hierdie huis aandui die bedrag van die betrokke toelaag wat betaal word, die aantal leerlingskapprogramkandidate wat tans in hierdie program is, dat dit die bedoeling is dat al hierdie kandidate by einde van die dag in diens geneem word, asook of daar vakatures is wat gevul moet word in die betrokke departement. Ek dank u, huisvoorsitter.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Ek wil vir die agbare lid sê dat die bedrag wat betaal word is R4.774 per maand. En die agbare lid is ook reg. Dit is 'n jaar tydperk en in daardie jaar moet daar verseker word dat die leerders die kursus behoorlik voltooi, dat hulle eksamens slaag en dat hulle dan kwalifiseer om dan opgeneem te word as permanente werknemers. Die bedoeling is dat almal wat slaag wel opgeneem word, want daar is vakatures wat beskikbaar is. Ons sit veral op lae vlakke wat ons 'n probleem het wat te min mense het. Ek kan maar vir die agbare lede sê, ek het eendag 'n besoek gebring aan Westville se korrektiewe sentrum en 4 bewakers moes toesig hou oor meer as 600 prisoniers. Nou dit is 'n onbehoorlike situasie dat so min bewakers oor soveel mense moet toesig hou. En my uitgangspunt is, en ek het dit ook in die departement gesê, dat ons moet begin om die laer vlakke wat ons dan moet bemagtig om meer mense te kry. Ek is ook besig intans om te sê dat alle hoofde van tronke sal nou jaarliks 'n eksamen aflê om te verseker dat hulle hulle pligte behoorlik ken, dat hulle die wet op korrektiewe dienste ken, want die wet verwys net na 3 persone, die minister, die nasionale kommissaris en die hoofde van tronke. Ons moet ons standaard verhoog en dit is deel van die proses om te verseker dat ons mense op die regte standaard is en toegerus is om hulle werk tot die beste van hulle vermoë te kan lewer. Ek dank u.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Blakis.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Thank you, Minister, for clarifying some of the matters. But, Minister, I think we agree that there is problems with the issue of stipends to the students and the learnership, as much as we appreciate it. Can the Minister therefore clarify whether the department utilized direct electronic funds transfer to individual learners' account, or if any third-party agency handles the payroll and administration? If a third party is doing it and is involved, how much administration fee are paid to them in percentage? Thank you, Minister.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I don't have the specific percentage at the moment, but I will investigate and I will then comply and ensure that the Honourable Member receives that specific amount. And let me say to the Honourable Member, yes, I agree. There is problems, and when I started, I said there will always be problems. And I invite the Honourable Member, come forward and let's see how we can solve it. I agree with him, and I also want to ensure that I have his agreement that we're going to solve the problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, we now move to question number 491, which has been asked by Honorable Skikaling to the Acting Minister of Police. The question is whether, given that communities in the Republic are terrorized by violent crime, while the SA Police Service appears to be consumed by its own corruption scandal, procurement irregularities, and internal power battles, he has found that the government and the SAPS have lost control of the leadership in policing services. If not, what is the position in this regard? If so, what are the relevant details? The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. No, the government and the South African Police Service have not lost control of the leadership in policing services. Following the developments referenced, Lieutenant General Limpani has been appointed as Acting National Commissioner with effect from 23 April 2026 and will serve in this capacity until further notice. This appointment ensures continuity of leadership at the highest level and prevents any vacuum in authority within the South African Police Service. In order to mitigate the risk of institutional paralysis and to maintain operational stability, SAPS has adopted a collective leadership approach whereby the Acting National Commissioner is supported by an experienced executive management structure across the organization. This includes the delegation of responsibilities across senior management to ensure that operational, administrative, and strategic functions continue without disruption. Further measures have been implemented to strengthen institutional integrity and address concerns relating to corruption and infiltration within senior ranks. In this regard, the SAPS has commenced with the process announced by the President during the 2026 State of the Nation address to subject all senior managers to vetting and lifestyle audits conducted by the State Security Agency. This process prioritizes leadership in critical positions and is intended to reinforce accountability, restore organizational credibility, and ensure that those entrusted with acting responsibilities meet the required standards of integrity. Where senior members are implicated in allegation of misconduct or are subject to ongoing investigations, interim acting appointments have already been effected to ensure that key leadership functions remain operational. This approach ensures continuity while simultaneously allowing investigative and oversight processes to proceed without disruption to service delivery. SAPS has the necessary capacity institutional knowledge and experience to ensure continuity of operations in the absence of a permanent national commissioner. Operational continuity is currently maintained under the leadership of the acting national commissioner, Lieutenant General Limpani, who brings extensive experience in policing, financial management, governance, and strategic leadership. Her appointment is supported by an established executive structure with institutional memory and operational expertise across all levels of the organization. The prioritization of filling critical posts, including the placement of acting incumbents where vacancies or investigations exist, ensure that leadership gaps do not translate into operational disruptions. This structured approach to leadership continuity, combined with the support of the Ministry of Police, enables SAPS to maintain stability, sustain service delivery, and continue executing its constitutional mandate. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Skikaling.
Thank you, ma'am. Deputy Minister, what objective indicators, performance metrics, or evaluation framework does government currently use to assess whether the instability within the SAPS senior leadership is affecting crime prevention, intelligence-led policing, and investigative outcomes? If no such indicators are used, sir, why not, and when will they be introduced? Thank you.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yes, indeed, we do that, and it is clear even in terms of what is happening currently in the country, that investigation work is not disrupted by the situation we find ourselves in. Policing is taking place, intelligence is doing its work, and this is demonstrated by the discoveries that we made under the current situation, like the drug bust in Northwest, and arrests that are continuing currently within South Africa that has to deal with high crime activities that are committed by criminals. The work is going on, and was convinced that this situation we find ourselves in will not disrupt policing. Investigations, arrest, and law and order will be maintained in the country. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Sokopo.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, given the ongoing investigation into allegations of corruption affecting senior leadership of the police, what are the steps in the ministry taking to ensure that the police itself remains stable, operational, and capable to continue doing what they must do, combating crime, while the investigations are underway? Thank you.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Sokopo, for the question. As the ministry, we had made sure that affected individuals are suspended, and in their place, we have appointed people to make sure that there are no spaces that are not occupied. Besides that, we have interacted with management, indicating that the areas where you have got posts that are vacant, those posts must be filled. In crime intelligence, for instance, there was a communique to the effect that appointment should be halted. We have put aside that, and we have interacted with management that they must fill up all funded vacant posts within intelligence. And we believe this decision will assist in stabilizing the organization and ensuring that service delivery is not affected by the situation we are going through. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Skosana.
Ngithokoze mgcinisihlalo ngqongqothe kuba yini kungabanga njengoba wazi ukuthi ukurarana kwesipholisa nokungazinzi kuhle kuthoma lapha phezulu esipoliseni. Yingani ningahonanga ukuthi ningenelele njengo ministry ukuthi nibe nenthuguluko enizenzako ukuthi kungabi nento le esitholako yokuthi abantu beSouth Africa basanathemba ngokuzinza kwesipolisa nokubuyisa ukuhlonipheka kwesipolisa isitshaba siluze khulukhulu lapho. Lami lokugcina ngithi ke Masandawana siyanithokozisa ngokuwina i-Champions League namabhakaniya siyanithokozisa ngokuwina nasa i-league noma ke banikorele siyathokoza mgcini sihlalo.
Honorable Deputy Minister, I'm sure it was just a comment to congratulate the big teams.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thanks, Honorable Skosana. We were not spectating as the events unfolded within the service. It's on record that the suspended minister did take action to try and assist in mediating on the tensions that existed at that level. And of course, unfortunately, what has happened, and I think it was necessary that South African police go through this process so that it can assist us to reset. I'm quite confident that the Commission of Madlanga and the ad hoc committee, those processes are going to assist greatly to reset policing in South Africa so that it become effective and an instrument to defend and protect our democratic project. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. The fourth supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Makri.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable Acting Minister, given that mob justice rates have risen in a response to suboptimal efforts by SAPS, what practical measures is the department taking to ensure that law enforcement remains in the hands of officials, particularly in rural and under-resourced communities? Thank you, Chairperson.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable Mangi. Indeed, in a situation where communities don't find joy or people don't find joy where crime takes place, you tend to have emergence of mob justice, people taking law into their own hands. And that is, if we are to stop that, SAPS must do their work. Where crime occurs, we must ensure that we respond and the perpetrators are brought to justice. And when people come to report cases in stations, they should get an appropriate reception that will give them confidence that they are being respected and their cases must be taken seriously and follow-ups be made, and they should be updated on developments in their cases. And once this is done, people will be able to have confidence in what we are doing because we give them updates and justice get done. Through that, we'll be able to ensure that we reduce mob justice in our country. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Skikaling.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable Deputy Minister, I want to disagree with you today because I think the 58 people that were murdered in South Africa today and the 109 people that have been raped and the countless other citizens that have been affected by crime today that have lost confidence in the South African police services is vastly going to disagree with what you said to us today because you haven't answered the questions properly, sir. I'd just like to know what specific operational interventions have been implemented since the emergence of the leadership instability, and what actual evidence can you give us that demonstrates the impact to date? And if there is no evidence available, why not? Because nothing you've said today has actually given us impact and evidence that there's a change. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thanks, Honorable Shikeling. It's true that we have had major crime bust in the country. I gave an example of the drug lab in Northwest. It happened this financial year while the Madlanga and the ad hoc committee are taking place. If you say this is not evidence enough to demonstrate that policing is taking place in the country, I don't know what form of evidence are you looking at, Honorable Shikeling. Because police are doing work currently with the acting National Commissioner, General Dimpani, and there is evidence in that direction. There are arrests that have taken place in the current past few weeks, which clearly demonstrate that police are at work, despite the fact that we are going through these challenges that we are confronted with. We acknowledge them, but work is proceeding. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable members, we move to question number 504, which has been asked by Honorable M.S. Chabane to the Minister of Home Affairs. The question is whether, with reference to the new facility inaugurated recently in Sydney, Australia, to streamline passport and birth registration for South Africans, a similar initiative will be introduced in other cities outside Australia. If not, why not? If so, what are the relevant details, and whether are there cities specifically on the African continent that have launched similar service centers? If not, why not? If so, what are the relevant details? Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. In terms of the second part of the question, the service center in Maputo, in Mozambique, will open on Monday. According to the department's research, Mozambique is the only country in Africa with over 20,000 South Africans living in the country. So that will be the first African country to get this service, followed by Zimbabwe later in the year. In terms of the first part of the question, the decision to open passport and related services abroad is really based on the size of the South African population living in that particular country. The South African population in Australia, for example, is estimated to be over 200,000, the USA over 150,000, New Zealand over 100,000, UAE over 100,000, and Canada around 52,000. In Australia, as the member points out, the centre was opened in Sydney, but also in Melbourne and Perth, aimed at streamlining passport and registration services for South Africans abroad. Indeed, similar initiatives are being rolled out around the world, not only in Mozambique and Zimbabwe, but also to date we have additional facilities that have opened in New Zealand, the United Arab Emirates, Germany, France, the Netherlands, China, Canada, and the USA. These centres are intended to improve access to civics services and critically, Chair, to reduce turnaround times. In many cases, before the launching of these centres, South Africans had to wait as many as 12 months to get a passport processed once their South African passport had expired. In many of these centres, it now is a matter of weeks rather than months to get a new South African passport. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, I've been informed that Honorable Modise Mpia will take charge of the first supplementary question on behalf of Honorable Chabane in accordance with Rule 137. Honorable Modise Mpia.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Minister, how much does it cost to open and operate these offices overseas? And do you think it is valuable and necessary whilst our people in South Africa, mainly in the poor communities and rural, are struggling to access home affairs services? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The good news is that opening these services does not cost Home Affairs anything additional. What you will find is that this is part of the existing contract with a service provider that also manages visa application intakes in South Africa. And they have these centers located all around the world. So they already have the facility. They often service visa applications in those particular countries. And all we're doing is basically piggybacking on the existing infrastructure to roll out this service. So there's no trade-off here. There's no loss to anyone else. It's not an additional expense. What I would, however, point out, Chair, is that the digital partnership model that we launched with the banks recently in South Africa are a revolution for access in poor, underserved and rural communities in South Africa. 167 bank branches have been added to this network within the last 9 weeks. Over 129,000 South Africans have already obtained replacement ID cards through this new service, where it only takes 5 minutes in some cases to apply for your replacement ID. Additionally, Chair, many of these places are located in the likes of Iduchwa, Lusikisiki, and many other rural parts of South Africa. So really the enhancement of access to Home Affairs smart ID services is at a different scale thanks to our reform efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Bolman.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, in light of the department's ongoing digital modernization initiatives for South Africans abroad, is consideration being given to incorporating citizenship renunciation functionality into the online citizenship confirmation portal in order to streamline administrative processes and reduce turnaround times for applicants overseas? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. The online citizenship reinstatement portal has been an incredible success. Tens of thousands of South African citizens have used it. Thousands have had their citizenship reinstated following the ruling by the Constitutional Court requiring us to do so. And I think it is a very powerful example of how a focus on innovation and digital transformation can deliver a whole new kind of service experience to South Africans. No one had to fill in a form for us to comply with this process. No one had to stand in a queue. Instead, they are able to access the myhomeaffairsonline.dha.gov.za webpage, and through the uploading of a selfie, facial recognition technology, we are able to match their record against the population register, and within a matter of minutes, if they qualify, we are able to reinstate their South African citizenship and update their ID number accordingly. I think it's an interesting proposal to think, could we do the renunciation function through this portal as well? It's something that we'll take forward and explore as part of our broader digital transformation initiative. But indeed, it is in keeping with the principle we are trying to adopt, that we are going digital first. We're not replicating and introducing more forms, more paperwork, and more queues, and we're using what technology has to offer to solve these problems. Thank you.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Ngubane.
Honourable Minister, other than the offices that you've opened in Home Affairs in Australia, how many other offices of similar nature in other countries like Canada, USA, London, and other countries? In which other Western or European countries have you opened Home Affairs offices? If not, why not? If so, what are the details? And has it been the norms of Home Affairs to open offices in the Western countries or European countries since the dawn of democracy? Or this is just started with the 7th administration that you are the minister of currently?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I certainly don't think that the UAE or China would consider themselves to be Western countries, but that's up to them to decide. The truth is we've expanded this service to dozens of countries around the world, including the UAE that I mentioned, New Zealand, France, the US, and a litany of others. We have a link on our website, Honourable Member, dha.gov.za, where you will find the full list of all the cities, including the new ones that we are launching on Monday, as I mentioned. Chair, I think, as I said in the first part of the reply, we have to serve South Africans where they are. So we're looking at countries with particularly large populations. That's where we have the biggest impact when we introduce better services. But this is certainly not the end of the process. And as we continue to modernize our services, I think there are opportunities for us to move beyond even physical infrastructure. Members might be aware of the digital ID system that we are developing. The draft regulations for that are currently out for public comment. And this would serve South Africans around the world, regardless of where they live, in South Africa or anywhere else, by introducing the option of having their enabling documents available in secure digital format. And we can look at the success we've had in the digital partnership with the banks to potentially also introduce a more streamlined model to these physical locations abroad. So indeed, Chair, South Africans around the world are receiving much better services as a result of this initiative. Really our constitutional mandate is to serve all South African citizens, and that is exactly what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. The fourth supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, House Chairperson. You know, Minister, the frustration faced by South Africans when they are applying for their passports or they lose their passports when they are abroad is really something that can be resolved urgently. Now, to wait for a period of 6 to 8 months, which is the turnaround time of the department to get South Africans their passports when they are abroad, is really frustrating because of the manual processes that have to be followed, where a South African applies at DERCO, and then DERCO takes it, submits it to Home Affairs sends it back to DERCO sends it back to the mission. Is really frustrating, Minister. So what measures have been put in place to address the persistent backlog with the manual processing of passports and other civic services at various foreign missions? And can we do something to reduce the turnaround time to get your passport when you're applying, when you are already abroad? Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I must commend the Honourable Member. She's perfectly described the problem. That's exactly the issue. You'll often find that even some of the officials working in the missions are not Home Affairs officials. So you have to transfer between DERCO to Home Affairs. And then often one of the biggest delays is that we have to wait for the so-called diplomatic pouch to fill up. It's literally a bag that DERCO moves documents around the world. And often the passport is ready within a few weeks, but we have to wait for this bag to fill up. It's really not a very efficient way to do things. That is exactly, Honourable Chair, why we have opened these service centres. So the countries that I've mentioned, number of cities across the world have gotten access to these new dedicated service centres where South Africans can go to lodge an application which is then couriered immediately. So we don't have the delay associated with that diplomatic pouch. We don't have the movement between different departments. We simply courier it to Pretoria where the administration is done, the passport is produced, and then it is couriered back to the client. And that indeed has dramatically cut turnaround times. As I said, it often was a painful experience of over 12 months. And if you go to a mission to apply, you probably will still have that experience. But more and more cities now have these dedicated service centers around the world, which has indeed reduced it from months to weeks. I think it's important to say, Chair, we are looking, as I mentioned, at how we can take the model we've built with the banks, where we're able to have a South African applying within a few minutes for a new smart ID, and whether we could potentially also extend that to the service centers or other locations abroad to bring that same kind of quick turnaround time. But certainly, many South Africans have experienced the difference that these service centers are making compared to the arduous process that the Honourable Member outlined. Thank you.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Modise Mpia.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Minister, why are you not expanding the similar model that comes at no cost overseas, as you have made mention of, to poor communities in the country, other than the bank branches that you've alluded to as an alternative to access to rural areas? I thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. That's exactly what we're doing. It is exactly the same model. The difference, of course, is in a city abroad. We don't have a South African bank operating there, so we're working with the service center from the provider. But in South Africa, we have the banks that we are partnering with. So the question really is moot. This is exactly the model that we are rolling out. So what it means for South Africans abroad is that you're able to go to this dedicated service center to lodge your application. What it means for South Africans in country is that you're able to go to your local bank branch to lodge your application. At this stage, it is for smart ID replacements. If you want to replace your green ID book or if you've lost your smart ID, you can walk into any one of these 167 bank branches. Our goal is to have it at 750 branches by the end of the year, Honourable Chairperson. If you compare it to the fact that Home Affairs previously had only 349 branches, you can see that we are tripling the footprint and access that South Africans enjoy to these services through exactly this partnership model, through digital transformation with the banking sector. So if anything, it is South Africans in those poor and underserved and rural communities that are seeing the biggest impact. It was in Orange Farm that we launched the very first one of these new digitally transformed bank partnership branches. And it was incredible to be present when we helped the very first lady, a gogo there, who was on her way to do some shopping, and suddenly she saw that she could get a smart ID around the corner, and she was able to be helped within 5 minutes. That's the power of our digital transformation process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, we now move to question number 475, which has been asked by Honorable L.M. Ngobeni to the Acting Minister of Police. The question is, what actions have been taken against the head of the Presidential Protection Unit, Major General Wali Root, and Constable Ricoto, arising from the findings of the 2023 Independent Police Investigative Directorate investigation that was initially classified but has since been declassified? The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. In respect of Major General Ruode, a departmental investigation was conducted and disciplinary steps were instituted in line with the applicable recommendations. Following the conclusion of the disciplinary process, Major General Ruode was found not guilty. Similarly, in respect of Sergeant Ricoto, a departmental investigation was undertaken and disciplinary action was pursued. Upon finalization of the process, Constable Ricoto was also not found guilty. The investigations were initially conducted in line with the recommendations of the Public Protector and were subsequently expanded to incorporate the findings and recommendations of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, received on 9 October 2023. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable L.M. Ngobeni.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Deputy Minister, given the damning findings by IPID, as you have alluded, including allegations that members of the Presidential Protection Unit that you've mentioned refused to cooperate with investigators, falsified documents, incurred irregular expenditure, unlawfully detained suspects, and even invoked the President's name to pressure officials, how does the Minister justify the not guilty outcome of the disciplinary hearings without creating the perception that there's one law for ordinary citizens and another for those who protect the President? And are you prepared to table the full record of decision of these disciplinary hearings before Parliament and the South African public, or must we once again, as we did before, resort to strong-arming the department through a protected legal service and/or request the Madlanga Commission to intervene? Thank you, Chair.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Ngobeni. As I indicated, the two officers went through a process that was attended to by the administration, and upon the conclusion of those processes, the officers were not found guilty, and it is not because they belong to the Presidential Protection Unit. It is because of the due processes that were followed that arrived at that determination. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Muela.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Minister, given the fact that the DPCI was running a parallel investigation on the matter, did they make any findings on any of the officials involved in this particular regard? Thank you very much.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Honorable Muela. The DPCI were investigating the criminal case of what happened at the farm, and that process led to the arrest of those who were involved in that process. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Skikaling.
Thank you, ma'am. Deputy Minister, I really think it's time that the SAPS takes IPID more seriously because they clearly know more than what we think. In relation to the Presidential Protection Unit, what accountability mechanisms are in place regarding leadership decisions taken under Major General Wally Rueda? And how does the SAPS ensure transparency where concerns or allegations have been raised? Because this is a serious matter, and the Presidential Protection Services receives a large amount of the SAPS budget every month. Thank you.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Shikeling. The South African Police management takes very serious the issues that are brought before them, either by IPID or any other organ of state. The process of DC of the two officers were held in line with the disciplinary code that the South African Police use, and there were no favoritism in this regard. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The fourth supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Shangase.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, given that IPID recommended disciplinary action against Major General Rode and Constable Rahodzo, why were both found not guilty in the SAPS hearing, and will the Minister release the hearing records? Because abantu bafuna ukwazi ukuthi why laba babili bengazange balandele imigudu efanele amadola esethathiwe lapha ePhalaphala. Siyabonga sihlalo.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Shangasi, for your question. Yes, the IPID did make their investigation on the matters and arrived at a determination and made a recommendation to the South African Police. And as I indicated, that the processes of the DC that affect the two officers looked at the public protector and subsequently was expanded to incorporate the findings of IPID. And that process, as indicated, found the two officers not guilty of any wrongdoing. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Ngobeni.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Deputy Minister, it's very sad because your response to me doesn't actually answer what I asked. What I initially asked was whether you would be willing to divulge or to provide the record of decision of the disciplinary hearings for us and South Africans to see what is it that justified the not guilty finding. May I please get a response to that question? Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks for that follow-up question. And the question was with regard to the processes affecting Major General Ruode and Constable Ricordo. I indicated that the processes of DC was conducted by the South African Police, which was as a result of the public protector and subsequently incorporated issues that were recommended by the Independent Police Investigative Directorate. And these processes led to a no guilty finding for the two officers. And there was nothing untoward with regard to the processes, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Honorable members, we now move to question number 507, which has been asked by the Honorable N.E. Mutau to the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. The question is, in light of the growing number of law graduates who are not able to secure articles for at least a period of 3 years post-qualification, what practical transformational steps has her department taken to broaden access into the profession, especially as it relates to the service of the articles? The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The Department of Justice and Constitutional Development has implemented a number of targeted initiatives to address the entry barriers faced by law graduates. Together with key justice sector institutions, the department has implemented a range of targeted and complementary initiatives in partnership with institutions such as SACITA, PCITA, etc., aimed at broadening access to the legal profession. This includes candidate attorneys, articleship and internship programs within the Office of the State Attorney. 406 have been recruited there. Legal Aid South Africa currently has recruited 1,063 candidates. National Prosecuting Authority, through the Aspirant Prosecutor Program, provides for 111 candidates, 111 LLB graduates, and also at SIU, 45 LLB graduates, which collectively provide structured practical legal training while advancing transformation and access to justice. These initiatives are designed to provide workplace exposure, skills development, and mentorship within specialized legal, investigative, and litigation environment, while balancing transformation objectives with operational security and capacity considerations across the justice sector. While the offices of the State Attorney remains the primary placement sites, entities such as SIU, Legal Aid, and NPA continue to support transformation through structured workplace exposure, skills development, and mentorship of legally qualified personnel within investigation or investigative and litigation support environments such as subject to mandate-specific and resource planning. The Office of State Attorney, Master's Office, SIU, Legal Aid, and NPA supports as well internal capacity building and career progression for legally qualified employees, recognizing that transformation of the profession must be balanced with operational sustainability and the specialized nature of the investigative work. Furthermore, SIU has established an internal legal practice called SIU Law Firm from the 1st April 2026, which will contribute to transformation and capacity building of legally trained professionals within the state and provide more exposure for young people. Thank you.
Thank you. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Motaung.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, while the current programs have largely accommodated graduates of law, how many of these programs are designed to assist the graduates to meet the stipulated entry requirements into a legal profession of either 1 or 2 years service of articles as stipulated by the Legal Practice Act before they can be recognized as admitted attorneys?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mutau. All of them actually assist the candidates to be able to enter fully into the workplace. If we look at the aspirant prosecutor program, you'd see that these are individuals that are trained to become prosecutors, and they eventually get to complete, once they graduate and they get the certificate to say they've met minimum requirements, they become full prosecutors. Similarly, at SIU, you'd note that those are trained specifically into investigators and be able to assist in terms of the work that is needed within SIU and are fully absorbed. Then in the state attorneys, what we do, for example, you find that an employee in another department within the state has completed a qualification of law. We are able to absorb them. Some of them move from administration and become law students and graduate. You are able to absorb, they are seconded to state attorney offices so that they can conclude and be able to fulfill the requirements so that they are admitted attorneys. So it's part of the work, and then we take graduates from the streets as well who have graduated. We open the process through SASITA so that they can be absorbed fully. And once they are done, they are able to be admitted as attorneys of the court. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Klopper, you may ask the second follow-up.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, given the enormous influx of graduates who cannot find placement for articles, how do you justify the fact that the National Prosecuting Authority, a severely undercapacitated institution, only trains 100 graduates per year in its aspirant prosecutor program?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Klope. I think we'd love to do training more. We'd love to absorb more. One, it's the capacity. Remember, in terms of training, you don't look at the amount of money you'd pay the graduates as stipend or whatever income they will have to. You've got to have mentors that are going to be able to support them. So the placements must match the person that is going to support them. Otherwise, the program might be falling off and not meet the requirements because they would not have the exposure, they would not have the mentoring and coaching that is required. So it has to be matched based on the numbers that you need to have. Secondly, it's on the basis of available budget, what we can be able to absorb as part of training. If we are given enough budget, we've got enough people that are able to coach, we'll be able to absorb more. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Matewane, you may ask the third supplementary question.
Thank you, Chair. At a time when youth unemployment remains catastrophically high and thousands of qualified graduates are sitting at home with law degrees but without articles, the legal profession is increasingly becoming inaccessible to poor and working class black graduates who cannot survive years without placement opportunities. The reality is that many young people complete expensive qualifications only to enter a profession where access is determined by networks, privilege, and affordability rather than merit and capability. You have mentioned, Minister, that you are absorbing law graduates into state entities and departments for training. Now, what is the retention rate? Because what we have witnessed with the government is that graduates are kept in perpetual internships or training programs. You move from one program of 2,500 per month. When your contract ends, you move to another. So are there plans to retain them within the state?
Thank you, Honourable Member.
The state is struggling with the
Your time
legal
has now
issues. Thank you.
expired. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. In terms of retention, when you look at what NPA, SIU, and legal aid, the retention is higher compared to what you would have in state attorneys and departments. So it depends what they've been placed. I think Honourable Member is speaking as well broadly on internship, on administration, because we do have those. So the question focused mainly on the legal graduates. So you do have other form of graduates that you would have. I think for legal graduates, it's far better because once they do, the intention is to have them to be admitted. So when you give them that exposure, it helps them to be fully recognized that they can either go out and open their own practice or absorbed as attorneys in various companies. So it gives them far better opportunities compared to those that do not have this opportunity in terms of absorption. But I understand what you are raising in terms of broader internship program, where you find that, for example, because we do even have that in various areas, whether it's ICT and others, and the absorption rate in those areas, yes, I acknowledge, they are very low because in terms of the exposure and the work that you need, you are actually giving them experience so that they can be able to be absorbed, including by private sector. So government plays a developmental role in this regard, in taking the responsibility of training and being able to invest in those individuals so that they can be marketable and can be absorbed by the market itself. Thank you.
Thank you. The fourth opportunity has been allocated to the Honourable Nkwango.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Minister, what practical interventions are being implemented to widen access for unemployed law graduates to train at the bar and qualify as advocates in order to advance the transformation in the profession?
Honourable Minister.
Specifically because bars are not linked to the department, but broadly in terms of access, for example, what we do as the department is provide briefing patterns, change briefing patterns, brief those who are entering the space, for example, as junior advocates, so that they can be able to grow within the space. One of the issues that I've announced during the budget vote was that we want to do, for example, what is done in the construction sector, where you have categories and you have those who have 2 years competing with those who have 2 years, and then you start briefing differently because currently the system gives those who are being briefed, for example, you find that an advocate who is 2 years is given a brief to compete with somebody with 20 years. They don't have opportunity to grow, and therefore the opportunities will continue to be given to those who have more years. So we've decided as the department, it will be issuing those directives and guidelines in the coming months, 1 month or two, where we start to say within the state attorneys, briefs of those who, for example, who are below 3 years are given in terms of competing amongst themselves. We do believe that this will increase in terms of transformation, but also ensuring that those who are juniors or those who are entering in pupillage to become advocates can be able to grow and have the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Motahung, we return to you for the last follow-up. Is there a last follow-up from the Honourable Motahung?
Thank you, House Chair. I'm covered.
Thank you. Honourable members, question number 483 has been asked by the Honourable Roos to the Minister of Home Affairs. The question is regarding the rollout of live capture services of his department to bank branches. What progress has been made towards the medium-term target of live capture functionality extended to 1,000 bank branches by 2029? And what are the total setup costs of live capture terminals in bank branches? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. Indeed, very significant progress has been made on this project. As the Honourable Member correctly says, the target in the medium-term development plan was to get into 1,000 bank branches through this new digital partnership. As at Friday, the 15th of May, a total of 167 bank branches were operational under this new platform. The rollout has already enabled more than 129,000 smart ID replacement applications within approximately 9 weeks of implementation. Participating banks currently include FNB, Standard Bank and Capitec, with a number of others in the final phases of testing. The department also continues to engage the banking sector regarding future expansion plans. We have set a target and we've moved our target forward because we are actually well ahead of schedule. to reach 750 branches by the end of this year, even though the MTDP target was 1,000 by 2029. So I think, Chair, you can see just how rapidly we are changing the face of Home Affairs civic service delivery. We are also expecting updated implementation plans from participating banks over the next 30 days, and this will inform the anticipated rollout trajectory for the remainder of this financial year. The department will accordingly align the future implementation planning and governance arrangements to the rollout plans once these have been finalized with the participating banks. The current implementation approach leverages existing banking infrastructure through a digital partnership and API integration model, eliminating the need for the department to establish expensive standalone live capture setups within the branches. In short, Chair, our expectation is that the banks must use the infrastructure they already have, the cameras, the fingerprint scanners, as well as their existing integration with Home Affairs systems to carry the costs of the physical infrastructure, while Home Affairs continues to manage the back-end infrastructure and invest in the software capabilities we require going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable Roos.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, what steps has the Department of Home Affairs taken to ensure that the bank branch rollout moves beyond pilot and metropolitan areas to achieve equitable national coverage, including rural and peri-urban communities?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Member. The entire premise behind this partnership is to bring Home Affairs services to areas it's never been before. We call this Home Affairs at Home. As a result, the 167 branches that are already in existence, you'll often find them either in high traffic areas, in urban environments, or, as I mentioned in the previous question, some of the most rural parts of South Africa. And already we are seeing the benefits of this in the fact that people no longer need to travel a great distance to get to their local Home Affairs offices. I think about a place like Kathu in the Northern Cape or Iduchwa in the Eastern Cape, both of which now have smart ID replacement services within their own communities, eliminating the need to travel great distances. As we move forward, we are also specifically targeting, Chair, the 101 locations where Home Affairs branches themselves are not even yet modernized. In other words, out of the 349 existing physical Home Affairs offices, 101 don't even yet have live capture facilities, which means they can't produce smart IDs and they can't produce some of the quicker turnaround times on passports. Those 101 areas are being deliberately targeted through this bank project so that we can ensure that all of those communities get access to smart ID services. And as we continue towards the goal of 1,000, we will continue to prioritize these particular areas to make sure that we deliver Home Affairs at home, in your own community. No need to travel a great distance, even if you live in a rural area. As long as there's a bank branch, we can bring our services to you. Thank you very much.
Honourable Ngubane, the next follow-up has been allocated to you.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Minister, with these bank branches of Home Affairs in progress, what is the cost structure that will be of benefit to banks by taking over some of these Home Affairs work? How much are they going to charge the government? If not, why not? If so, what are the details? B, in terms of staff training and skilling on the basic special work of Home Affairs processes and procedures, have these bank employees been trained enough to do this work? How are they going to be measured in terms of split work of the bank's work versus the Home Affairs work? And if not, why not? And give details if it is so.
Before I recognize the Honourable Minister, Honourable Members, you're reminded that follow-up's not supposed to have subsections, but I'm quite sure the Minister will give it a go.
Thank you, Chair. Happy to give it a go. I think the first point to make is that the premise of Honourable Ngubane's question demonstrates the problem. We're not interested in processes and discretion for officials. That is why we have the many failures in Home Affairs that have been well documented over the years. As soon as your application is reliant on the discretion of an individual, you open the door for manipulation. These bank branches have no space for that whatsoever. If you were to go and visit one of these 167 branches, all you will find there is a machine with a camera and a fingerprint scanner. You put your finger down on the scanner, you look into the camera, we instantly verify your identity against the population register, and you select on the screen or on the computer terminal the service that you are looking for. That's it. If your face matches, if your fingerprint matches, you proceed. If it doesn't, there's no space for you to bribe anyone, there's no space for you to interfere, and there's no space for inefficiency. So the entire model is completely revolutionized compared to what came before. As I mentioned, Chair, in terms of one of the subsections of the question, there's no charging of government. The real incentive, I think, here, or as I said, it's actually the other way around. The banks are expected to use their infrastructure. They must provide all of the devices while we control the back end and the software. But there is an important part to this equation, Chair, which is the reduction of identity theft and fraud. Our financial sector loses billions of rands every year to people, particularly using the green ID book. If you lose your green ID or someone steals it, they manipulate the photograph and they assume your identity. And they could open a bank account in your name, by way of example. That is exactly what we are working to eradicate by making sure that we get smart IDs in the hands of every eligible South African, and by making sure we move away from those paper-based documents as well as manipulatable processes. That's the change we are bringing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Mshlongo, you may ask the third supplementary question.
Thank you, House Chair. You know, Minister, given that Capitec is one of the biggest funders of your political party, the Democratic Alliance, does the partnership with Capitec not create a conflict of interest for the minister? And why was this partnership agreement only concluded a year after the minister assumed office under the GNU?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if the allegation, therefore, is that all of these banks, FNB, Standard Bank, Absa, Nedbank, Capitec, are they all somehow implicated in this question? It's absolute nonsense, Chair. We are bringing services to people at a scale and at a pace that has never been seen before. We are doing it in a way that does not cost the government money. We are doing it in a way that eliminates the scope for fraud, that brings efficiency, including applications done sometimes within as little as 5 minutes. That is what we are delivering, and the conspiracy theorists must step aside while we do so. Thank you.
Honorable Member, why do you want to be recognized, Honorable Member?
Yes, House Chair, I think you should have called your member out. He cannot be addressing another member and say he's talking absolute nonsense.
Yes.
You should have called him out and he must withdraw that. And the question is about Capitec, which then influenced him to include other banks so that that
Honorable
can
Member,
be a
I got
smoke
your point
screen.
of order. I think I got your point of order. I don't think you need to go into the merits. Honorable Minister, at some points in the past, the use of the words nonsense has been ruled unparliamentary, and other instances not. I would request you, for the sake of progress, to withdraw that statement.
Gladly, factually incorrect. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
That's not a withdrawal. That's not a withdrawal,
Honourable
that's an
Minister,
insult. And we're not going to be insulted by some white small boys here.
Honourable Member. No, let the Minister first just withdraw unconditionally.
Withdrawn unconditionally.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honourable Nodada, why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you so much, Chair. I
Order,
Chair,
yes.
that the Honourable Mentor mentioned a derogatory term here. And I would like you to rule on that, and she withdraws the statement that she made. I know it may be offensive that we're doing well in government, but they must just take it because we're helping the people they're trying to fight for.
Order, honourable members. Honourable Nodada, just please repeat.
Cadre deployment, basic education, we are doing well.
Honourable member, we're not going to have that. Please don't unmute and speak without being recognized. Honourable Nodada, my apologies, the sound is not good. What is the
substance of the point of order, Chair, is that Honourable Mentor said a derogatory term to the Minister of Home Affairs. and she must withdraw that because it's unparliamentary language, and she must withdraw that.
What was?
She spoke about.
Okay. Honorable Mente, you referred to the minister as a, well, white. I don't know whether that's insulting, but a small boy. Please withdraw those words. Please withdraw those words. For the sake of progress.
First say for the sake of progress.
I did say that.
Say it loudly.
Honorable Mente.
Chair, you know, you must not do that.
No, Honorable Mente.
You must not qualify the statement when you speak to your party,
the
and you
words
don't qualify your statement when you
small boy.
speak to other people.
Are you withdrawing?
Firstly, let me correct Honorable No Dada.
No,
I'm not Honorable Mente.
Honorable Mente, I'm going to give you
Honorable
one more
Mente.
opportunity.
Yeah, I withdraw.
Thank you. Honorable Ghana, you may ask the next follow-up question. Is the Honorable Ghana with us? Honorable Member, why do you now want to be recognized?
Ngiyabonga sihlalo. Ngifuna ukubuza sihlalo ukuthi is it parliamentary that iGNU lengapha ayincedisi leya GNU engapha. Insizwa le ensundu yakithi ilwe labamhlophe kodwa iGNU lengapha ayibancedisi. Unity usho ukuthini?
Honorable Member, that's not a point of order. Please sit down. Don't do that. We move on and we return to the Honorable Roos for the last follow-up.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, currently smart ID and passport applications can be made at bank branches. But this still means going to Home Affairs branches for other services. So what other services can we expect to be rolled out through live capture services at bank branches, and what are the timelines?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So at the moment, it is only the Smart ID replacement service. So if you have a green ID book and you want to transition to the more secure document, or if you've lost or your existing Smart ID has been stolen, you're currently able to do that replacement service, and that's where we've seen about 129,000 applications. Next in line is to bring in passport applications, again, working along the same principles, as well as the first-time ID applications is one of the categories we're currently working on. I think, Chair, a very exciting service for South Africans to look forward to is for the very first time ever the option that we are looking at now of introducing secure home delivery of your enabling documents. In other words, the days of standing in long Home Affairs queues just to collect a document is coming to an end, because we will introduce technology that can actually securely deliver that document to you and make sure it reaches the right person. If you put that basket of services together, Chair, by the end of this year, indeed, Home Affairs at Home will be delivering a service delivery revolution for the people of South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Members, question number 445 has been asked by the Honourable Nomvalo to the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. The question is, given the serious allegations of fraud and corruption involving officials at the Mthatha and Pretoria High Courts, and considering that corruption within court administration directly comprises public confidence in the integrity of the justice system, what steps has she taken against implicated officials, and what is the total number over the past 3 financial years of criminal investigations that have arisen from corruption within court administration? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The Office of the Chief Justice treats all allegations of fraud, corruption, misconduct, and unethical conduct within court administration with the utmost seriousness because such conduct undermines public confidence in the integrity of justice system and the administration of justice. Hence, the OCJ has incorporated a zero-tolerance approach on fraud and corruption. The matter relating to the Mthatha High Court remains under investigation. As part of the investigations process, lifestyle audits were conducted on officials alleged to be involved. The investigation team is currently in the process of handing the matter over to DPCI for further criminal investigation. The investigations relating to the Pretoria High Court involving 4 officials and have been concluded from an internal investigation perspective. 3 officials have since been dismissed from employment. 1 is currently still going under DC process. A criminal case in this regard has been opened with SAPS for further criminal investigation. In addition, 1 official attached to the Johannesburg High Court was dismissed following allegations related to the issuing of fraudulent court documents. The consequence management process instituted over the past 3 years in matters involving allegations of fraud and corruption relating to the issuing of fraudulent court documents resulted in the dismissal of 5 officials. 4 officials were dismissed during the 2025-26 financial year in matters involving those fraudulent documents, while 1 official was dismissed during 24-25 financial year. Over the past 3 financial years, a total of 75 matters arising of allegations have been investigated, and many of them have been handed over to law enforcement agencies. Just a breakdown in terms of criminal investigations after criminal elements were identified during internal investigations are as follows: 32 cases in 2023-24 financial year, 26 cases in 24-25 financial year, and 18 cases in 25-26 financial year. These matters relate to various forms of alleged criminal conduct identified during investigations, including fraudulent court orders, corruption, financial misconduct, abuse of official processes, and other irregular activities affecting court administration. DPCI has confirmed that these matters are in different stages of investigations and they are better placed to provide progress in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable members. In terms of Rule 137.10a, the Honourable Buthelezi will take charge of the first follow-up.
Thank you, House Chair. I stand in for Honourable Mkongi raising this question. Minister, sorry about that. Minister, beyond the initiation of internal investigations or precautionary suspensions, how many of the implicated officials at the Mthatha and Pretoria High Courts have actually been dismissed or criminally prosecuted to date? And what specific obstacles, whether procedural, evidentiary, or related to judicial independence, have prevented faster finalization of these cases? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
But I've answered the question. I gave numbers per court. I said 4 in Pretoria.
I didn't get the answer, Minister,
Oh,
so you can
okay.
please do the honors
Okay,
and answer
let me repeat. I said in terms of the Mthatha, all of the investigation, what we have done is that we've done lifestyle audit and DPCI has taken over. So there is it's criminal cases. In terms of Pretoria, we've dismissed 3, 1 pending in DC. In Johannesburg, 1 has been dismissed. And then the others in terms of criminal records, criminal cases that have been opened, 32 in 23-24 financial year, 26 cases in 24-25 financial year, and 18 cases in 25-26. So we don't have precautionary, but dismissal and cases have been opened.
Honourable Lorimer, you may ask the next follow-up.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, the President tasked you with ridding the justice system of corruption, and you failed. He tasked a panel of which you were the chairperson to find a new National Director of Public Prosecutions, and you failed at that too. South Africa demands that all those implicated in the findings of the Zondo Commission be prosecuted without delay. You haven't exactly succeeded therein either. Will you succeed in improving anything in your department before the end of the 7th Parliament?
Honourable Minister.
I'm not so sure which planet this member lives in, honestly. I was appointed Minister of Justice the 3rd of December 2024. I have 1 year in office. I have dismissed several officials as minister in justice. I have given report in terms of the work that has been done in the Zondo Commission report. I don't know where you live. We've given you records of and issues of, now it's a new question, that's why I've got to go. So I'm going there. But the issue is, that's what I'm saying, I'm not so sure where he lives, because the reports of Zondo Commission are submitted to Parliament by President quarterly. Now, if member doesn't read, that can be me coming back to teach him how to read as a member of Parliament, honestly speaking. It's beyond my job and beyond my pay grade.
Honourable Shikwambana, you may ask the next follow-up.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, corruption in the court of South Africa is not an ordinary maladministration. It is an attack on justice itself. When court officials are accused of fraud, record disappears, cases are manipulated, and poor people are forced to suffer delays. The courts become a marketplace for those with money and connection instead of a place of justice. So my question is, has the department conducted any broader forensic audit into possible syndicates and systemic corruption operating within court administration, particularly involving case allocation, disappearances of court record and procurement, and the manipulation of the court processes? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. We've given the incidences of what has happened and the action that has been taken. In superior courts, that's why the introduction of court online, because we do believe that it allows for transparency, it allows for people to be able to see where their cases are, and therefore there can be an administrator or a registrar that can actually push a case beyond what the people can and take money. So that is being attended to. In terms of literally you saying that it's broad, it's not broad, because if we look at the Johannesburg, it's 4. How many employees do we have in the Gauteng South Court? How many employees do we have in the Gauteng North High Court? And versus what we have been able to charge, and we are not taking it light. That's why you can see where there has been discipline, it's not even an issue of warning or docking of the salary. It's literally dismissal, because all fraudulent cases we do, and we are doing the same with lower courts. For example, I can give you, since I've been in the portfolio, we've not dismissed, actually the dismissal of officials in the lower courts who have been particularly, because this is an area where we are finding that they are actually colluding on maintenance money. They pay the fathers not to pay the children's money. And therefore we've been finding them, we've been dismissing. 35,000 officials since I arrived and now have been dismissed in the Department of Justice for those fraudulent cases, especially on maintenance, because we do understand the importance of children getting their money. So we are taking the issue of corruption serious in the department, and where we are able to act, we act decisively in this. For fraudulent, it's non-negotiable, it's a dismissible offense, and we are not taking anything beyond that. Thank you.
Thank you. We return to the member standing in for the Honourable Nomvalo, was it Honourable Buthelezi, for a final follow-up.
Thank you, House Chair. I'll excuse myself. They didn't brief me.
Thank you. Honourable members, we now move to the to questions that has been transferred from the written question paper for oral reply in terms of Rule 146(1). An additional half an hour have been set aside for those questions. Question number 512 has been asked by the Honourable Cameron to the Acting Minister of Police. The question is whether for each of the top 30 high crime police stations, as per the most recent national crime statistics, any requests for additional equipment were declined. If not, what is the position in this regard? If so, on what grounds was each request declined? Who authorized the refusal in each case? And what total number of such requests were approved? And whether the station commanders of the specified police stations formally reported equipment and or staffing shortages? If not, what is the position in each case? If so, on what dates was each report made? What written responses were received in each case? And what steps were taken, including instituting disciplinary action against the specified commanders for failure to ensure operational readiness? And what are the relevant details in each case? The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. There are 35 high contact crime stations countrywide. Note that the SAPS uses the principle of the 30+5 high contact crime stations to accommodate police stations which regularly migrate into and out of the list of the top 30 high contact crime stations. The response regarding the requested information are provided as the table below. Province of the Eastern Cape, 1, no requests were declined. Not applicable, that is B. And with regard to C, 1 application was approved. In Gauteng, regarding A, no requests were declined. B, not applicable. C, 4 applications were approved and 1 was deferred to the following Provincial Integrated Resource Committee meeting. With regard to KZN, no requests were declined. A, B, is not applicable. C, the requests from 7 high contact crime stations in the province were approved. In Limpopo, no applications were declined. B, not applicable. C, the 2 high contact stations were capacitated with additional desktop computers and laptops. Mpumalanga, no request from the high contact crime stations was declined as no requests were received. B, not applicable. C, no requests from the high contact crime stations were declined. Northwest, the Northwest Province could not process 2 requests from the high contact crimes. None of the demands of the high contact crimes in Rustenburg were declined. No additional requests were received. Western Cape, 1, no additional requests were received. 1 request not processed. Application could not be processed due to cost containment measures. And C, no applications could be processed. With regard to 2A, it needs to be mentioned that the demand process within SAPS is done annually and is coordinated by the supply chain management capability within each key business unit, including each of the 9 provinces. Demand plans are submitted by all business units, which are then consolidated at provincial level and provided to the national division supply chain for consolidation at a national level. The table below provides the requested responses regarding each of the top 30 plus 5 high contact crime stations. Starting with the Eastern Cape, the requested equipment for the station through the annual demand plan process which was received on 15 January 2025. A Roman figure 2, the stations was provided with additional vehicles, bullet-resistant vests, and laptops as per its request during August and October 2025. A Roman figure 3, no disciplinary
Thank you,
action was...
Deputy Minister. The time has now expired.
Thank you, Chair.
In terms of Rule 137.10A, the Honourable Schikkerling is recognised for the first follow-up.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. It looks like the Deputy Minister and I are having a one-on-one today. Honourable Minister, I hear what you're saying, but you know, when you do oversight to police stations, more than 50% of the vehicles are not working, so the supply chain management's red tape is really causing trouble, and I don't understand how there can be corruption in South Africa with all the red tape the police have, but nevertheless, whether any independent audit has been conducted to verify the operational readiness of the top 30 high crime police stations, particularly regarding the availability of vehicles, forensic equipment, and personnel. If not, why not? And if so, what were the findings in each case? Thank you.
Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Honourable, for that. Yes, indeed, the issue of vehicles, we have observed it as a problem because of the contract that was entered into centrally through the National Treasury. In this regard, we have taken a decision that provinces should be responsible for the fixing of vehicles, and we have found that this decision is assisting us greatly to have vehicles repaired on time and being made available to stations. However, we are aware that the system is not as effective as we want it to be, but we are confident that moving forward, there will be improvement because provincial commissioners have committed to ensure that the processes work, and it's in the interest that this matter of vehicle maintenance is decentralized for ease of services to the stations. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Honourable Shongwe, you may ask the next follow-up.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, given that the station commanders at high police stations have reportedly submitted repeated requests and formal reports regarding critical shortages in both equipment and staffing, and considering the levels of violent crime recorded at these stations, what specific failures in the department's internal chain, budgeting, prioritization, and oversight mechanism have resulted in these documented shortages persisting without resolution? And what consequences management have been implemented against senior officials within the SAPS or head office and provincial supply chain structures who were responsible for ensuring that these operational needs were acted upon timelessly and not left compromising the frontline policing of Amaphoyisa wethu elokishini?
Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thanks, Honourable Shongwe, for that question. We have discussed this matter and did take a firm decision last week when we were doing crime state release that we will be taking a tour of all the high contact stations to look at the challenges that they are confronted with, and we have agreed with management that there must be consequence management in this regard. Those station commanders or district commanders who are not coming to the party, who are not fit to do the work that they are supposed to do, we will first try to ensure that we capacitate them, and those who don't respond appropriately, there will be consequences in this regard, because it's unacceptable that we will have a situation where we have the same problem day in, day out without it being resolved. And we are confident that with this approach, together with management, we'll be able to overcome this shortcoming. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The next supplementary has been allocated to the Honourable Basson. Is there another member standing in? Thanks, Honourable Peterson.
Thank you, House Chair. Honourable Minister, Can you explain why commanders facing impossible operational conditions are being threatened with disciplinary action for lack of readiness when the department itself allegedly failed to provide basic tools, staffing, and resources required for them to perform their duties effectively? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't get the first part of the question. She was very soft on the mic. Yeah.
Honorable Peterson, just repeat.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, can you explain why commanders facing impossible operational conditions are being threatened with disciplinary action for lack of readiness when the department itself allegedly failed to provide basic tools, staffing, and resources required for them to perform their duties effectively? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thanks, Honorable Basson. There will be no commander who will be taken through a DC for things that they have not done. As I said, we have resolved that with management and ministry, we should visit these high contact stations to check what are their difficulties and work with the station commanders and district commanders to resolve the problems. Disciplinary action will only be taken upon a commander who is not responding to the intervention despite the assistance that they will have offered. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Schikkerling, we return to you for a final follow-up.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, you've just confirmed that since you have decentralized the fixing of vehicles to provinces, the turnaround time is so much quicker. Would it then be fair for me to say that you are admitting as the ministry that it is now a viable option to look at expanding policing powers to capable provinces and municipalities and metros as a viable option to make sure that policing in provinces is rolled out effectively? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks, Honorable Schikkerling. You know, policing is not affected by how SAPS is structured, Chairperson. The provinces and the metros have outlined responsibilities in terms of the Constitution of the Republic. As policing and the security forces in general, their responsibilities and functions are outlined in the Constitution. And it is in the same Constitution wherein it clearly indicates that provinces have a role to play in policing. And there is nothing that is inhibiting provinces from doing their responsibilities with the current arrangement. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable members, question number 517 has been asked by the Honorable Breitenbach to the Acting Minister of Police. The question is whether he will furnish Advocate Breitenbach with a year-by-year breakdown of the total resource allocation for the South African Police Service diving unit in the past 10 financial years, indicating for each year the budget allocated, the number of funded and filled posts, the rank distribution and the number of diving sets and related equipment, the boats or other support assets, and the locations of operational bases in each province. If not, why not in each case? If so, what are the relevant details in each case? The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to be sure that I answered the right question. You said question 517. Thank you very much. The border policing sea teams, which are part of the South African Police Service Specialized Visible Policing Capability, specifically the border policing capability, operate within the coastal and maritime border environment to address transnational organized crime, whereas the water policing and diving services, which are part of the conventional visible policing capability, operate on inland freshwater environments and are primarily focused on diving, search and recover functions. The financial information reflects annual harbor level allocation for the Western Cape Sea Point environment, Eastern Cape Sea Point environment, KwaZulu-Natal, Harbour and Durban. The combined allocation for these seaports are as follows. For the Western Cape, 2016, 2017 up to 2025, 26, they were allocated various amounts with 5,987 and 015 million was allocated for the 25-26 financial year. Eastern Cape, they were allocated 3,000,089,237. And KwaZulu-Natal, 10,865,029. Subs water policing and diving services. Water policing and diving services within the subs is performed as an ad hoc function by members within provinces. These members are performing primary functions at police stations and or units within the provinces. The dive points within the provinces are under the command of the provincial commissioners who are responsible for the human or physical resource at dive points. The dive points within the provinces are under the command of provincial commissioners who are responsible for human and or physical resources. Do not have a dedicated budget, therefore they are reliant on provincial budget. Below is a breakdown of funds allocated to this unit from provincial budget for the last 5 financial years. The information for the 2018 to 2019 financial year is not readily available. And therefore, what we have that we have presented, Chairperson, is 2020-2021 financial year, which is 2.7 million. 2021-22 financial year is 3.9 million. 2022-23 financial year, 3.1 million. 23-24 is 3.2. 24-25 is 4.3. 25-26 is 3.6 million, giving a total of 20,992,601.55 cents. Subs border policing C teams, the table below reflects the total funded posts versus actual capacity at the various border policing C points. Eastern Cape, the capacitated percentage at Seaport East London Harbour is 91.8%. Port Elizabeth Harbour is 68%. Nguga Harbour is 49%.
Honourable Deputy Minister, unfortunately the time for the first response has run out.
Thank you.
Is there a member taking charge of the follow-up? Honourable Lorimer.
Thanks, House Chair. Minister, it's quite clear that specialist units are underfunded from what you've said, which would explain why they are dysfunctional and lack capacity. Minister, how do you expect this unit to respond to drownings, floods and accidents and to retrieve evidence if SAP specialized units are in crisis?
Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks, Honourable Larima, for the follow-up question. We do agree that the units are not appropriately funded, and we are doing everything possible to ensure that despite this, the units must be operational. I must say, Chair, that despite this, the units are being able to be given resources from time to time to carry out their responsibilities. And we can see them during the time when they are needed to do their work, that they do respond despite the constraints in terms of resource allocation. We have seen them doing a good job during floods in the affected areas throughout the country. We have seen the units doing a sterling job intercepting those who are drug traffickers in the inland. There were arrests that were conducted, particularly in the area of Western Cape, because of the good work that these units are doing, despite the resource constraints that they have. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Shongwe, you may ask the next follow-up question.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo. Minister, in view of operational importance of SAPS diving unit in recovering evidence in murder and drowning investigation, supporting disaster response, and ensuring evidentiary integrity in serious criminal cases, what specific failures in the procurement planning, asset maintenance, and personnel allocation have resulted in the apparent difficulty of department being able to readily account for the diving unit's full operational capacity over the past 10 financial years? And how does the minister justify Parliament having to request basic readiness and capability information that should form part of the standardized annual performance reporting and audit compliance for the specialized high-risk operational unit and the uphi ubaba wezwi lo uKhashala?
Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity. Thanks, Honorable Shongwe, for the question. We have discussed the organizational structure of SAPS when we have made recommendations together with the leadership, with management, and there were wide consultation. We believe the new organizational structure of SAPS will be able to respond to the challenges of the day. With regard to the issue that you have raised, the reset agenda that the Minister and the Acting National Commissioner have put forth as a consequence of the processes that we are going through in the Madanga and the ad hoc and other recommendations that came from other committees, and the need for us to ensure that the key units like the sea-borne units that we are talking about receive the necessary resources and support within management. We are convinced that through this reset agenda, we'll be able to emerge with a situation where in this division, the sea teams are appropriately funded. I fully agree with you as reflected on the response that we have outlined here, that they don't have a dedicated budget, but they are given budget as and when it is necessary. This reset agenda and real prioritization that we are going to emerge with will make sure that the sea division is given the necessary resources that it can continue to do the work that they have been doing despite the resource constraints. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Van Wyk, you may ask the next follow-up.
House Chair, thank you very much. I just want to know from the DM, can you please indicate whether any operational...
Honorable Van Wyk, my apologies. Sound doesn't really travel well from that side of the house to the front. Just speak a bit harder, please.
Okay, cool. I'm going to start. Okay, Chair. DM, can you please indicate whether any operational bases have been downgraded, under-resourced, or left without adequate boats and diving equipment during the past 10 financial years, and what impact this has had on response times, recovery operations, and the overall effectiveness of the unit? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thanks, Honorable Van Wyk. Yes, indeed, SAPS as an organization have been severely affected in the past years because of the resource constraints that generally we have experienced. So the C unit was also affected by that. But however, despite the resource constraints that were there and the fact that within the security cluster itself, the budget were affected over time. The administration, from the sixth administration to the current, there has been a realization for the need for the security cluster to be appropriately resourced so that it can perform its responsibilities. I'm quite certain that this realization and the support as led by the President will ensure that units like this receive the necessary and appropriate resources that will enable them to carry out their responsibilities. Because yes, indeed, given the geographic position of our country and the fact that we have got a greater part of the ocean that is the responsibility of the country, and in that space, SAPS must have appropriate capability in order to do policing work in that environment. And we believe the research will appropriately place this unit together with the resources that they will need in order to do their work. Thanks very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Lorimer, we return to you for the last follow-up.
Deputy Minister, considering the increasing juniorization within the SAPS, how many senior experienced SAPS divers are currently available for duty?
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, Honorable Lorima. I might not be able to give you the exact figures, but it is not necessarily correct to say there is juniorization within the South African police, and because senior members are not there, it's not correct. Yes, we do have people leaving because of age, but we do have a sizable number of experienced police officers that are in the space who are capable and able to do the work that SAPS need to carry out to ensure that law and order is maintained in the country. Thanks very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable members, the time allocated for questions has now expired. Replies to questions we've not been able to deal with will be printed in the Hansard. I request members to stand and wait for the presiding officer and the maids to leave the chamber. That concludes the business for the day. The House is adjourned.